I just can't.
I heard that
I don't need it too.
But that's all right. Again, just for the record, since I just started the video recording, it's April 29th, Tuesday, April 29th, 2025. And the Harney County Budget Committee is reconvened from our recess session on April 8th.
You got on my handwritten note. Go ahead.
And the first spam call of the day. They get smart. They just disconnect themselves now. I have one that's been tagging or plaguing me for years for auto warranty thing. And I like to string them along sometimes. So they asked me what my name was, and I told them John Wayne. So every time they call and say, "Is this John Wayne?" and I go, and I know exactly who it is from the beginning.
I did that yesterday with folks emails and he's Shelby something when he gets the Shelby stuff. Oh.
My dad does that with the ones that calls and pretend like you're your grandchild. And he always says, "Jack, is that you?" And then he doesn't have a grandson named Jack. So, you know.
Yeah, Grandpa.
Say, yeah, Grandpa, this is Jack.
At the Heinz Budget Committee the other night, she was, had her screen on, her screen share, and a porn thing popped up on the side.
We had that on the Eastern Oregon.
It said she about died when that happened.
Oh my God.
It was awful.
You need to put your mind to something more for that.
I'm down, it's not right. We was poor people alone.
Did any of you have phone disconnects and weird things yesterday during the course of your telephone calls? I did.
Yeah. I had to reboot mine, and I was wondering if it was as a result of the plan update.
There was sent an email to everyone that please.
Oh, that was right. Okay.
Holly did an audit on our.
I remember I restarted as soon as I saw her email, but It was a couple days.
I think it was like because the guy's on East Coast, so we put the order in and it didn't come through. So
Okay.
Oh, probably.
I was like, oh no, we have bad.
the good news is now we're on that public safety thing, so all the county phones will have priority calling out.
Which we've supposed to have been for a couple years.
Haha.
All right, everybody.
Yeah, good.
On the agenda, first department up, general fund is the sheriff's office. Sheriff didn't have any major asks this year, FTE or equipment wise, pretty straightforward. Any discussion?
I think I have comment. It's not really to change anything, but just,
Like I can wait if you're not ready yet.
just. I see there's no overtime grants. There haven't been for a number of years. Is that something that they don't tend to pursue or apply for, or are they not
Just-
really available anymore?
As they're available, it looks like the only one that they've got is the ODOT traffic safety grant this year. And then as far as other overtime grants, don't know, I haven't recalled that they've put in for anything.
So they're budgeting for one this year, so that's good. And then, not just in looking overall, the revenues obviously over time has been a pretty significant downward trend. And the expenditures over time on personnel, well, on both, is an upward trend. And so within 3 years, the cost of the sheriff's office has gone up $235,000 without additional increases in revenue. Just, these are kind of statements I make when I review, just because it's what we gotta be thinking about, they gotta be thinking about. Okay, thank you.
Well, many of our general fund departments are not going to be major revenue generating departments. So it's just the cost of the general fund.
That's a lot,
It is.
$235,000. In 3 years. Mhm. I think that was all my comment.
You expect any flooding impact from this side of it all?
In the general fund itself,
Well, no, specifically in the sheriff's department.
No.
I mean, did they respond very much during the flooding?
they did, yeah. And that we won't get any reimbursement for any of that time unless we get FEMA, presidential declaration. I don't think we did because there's two sides to the FEMA help. There's a public side, public entity, city, county, and infrastructure, as it relates to those. And then on the other side, it's private and commercial, so residential and commercial business. I don't think we're going to get the public side of it. They're working on the private sector side of it. I think the thresholds, there's different. It's really convoluted and it's hard to explain, but there are other programs that don't require that threshold, but it still has to be requested by the governor and it still has to be approved by the.
Have you heard whether or not they're gonna combine our flooding with some of the,
They are still working
counties?
on that
Okay.
with Douglas County, Coos County, Curry County. So, and that just takes a lot. We had people here yesterday at the community resource meeting from the McKenzie River area that suffered the major fires in 2020 or whatever. And their long-term recovery group were here yesterday and briefing at that meeting, and then had coffee with them this morning. It takes a long time for that stuff to get approved. They're still waiting. It's now 5 years later and they're still waiting on some of their funding and whatnot. So
I'm wondering if vehicle repairs has enough money. Because now that my son-in-law with the sheriff's department, he went to work one day and there was no vehicle for him to drive. Because they were all in a state of repair and they had to scramble and find him a vehicle. So.
Well,
it's just
they,
kind of One, and it hasn't changed from last year. So,
but he is budgeted for a new vehicle.
Yeah,
And he
And
needs
it
to
didn't-
get, and he needs to get rid of a couple of the ones that don't work, that are
except
sitting out
they
there in
had
the car lot.
use one. So, and I know vehicles are a problem with them, so I was just kind of wondering about that. Yes,
Yeah. Yeah, so there'll be two new vehicles between this budget and next budget, which should get them out of that situation. The vehicle maintenance, repair,
it's up $1,000 from last year. So many of these budgets, they just budget the same amount as they did last year.
so right now they have $2,000 left in their vehicle maintenance budget line. So, I mean, there's some money there, as long as it's not a replacement of an engine or something, but even if that, we could find funds probably elsewhere in the budget to deal with that. They do have one problem vehicle I know that has some electrical issues, that it's hit or miss. One day they come to work and it don't run, one day it doesn't. So hopefully one of these two new vehicles will replace. Yeah. So I think we're sufficient there, though. I think with two new vehicles and an increase of $1,000 on their existing vehicle repair line should be sufficient.
Negotiate, they're completely done with that.
We're done with everything except for health insurance. And at the time of negotiations, which negotiations ran on like 10 months. At the time that we did come to an agreement, we didn't have the numbers for the coming year's health insurance policy, what that was going to cost us. And they also they're wanting to go to a different plan. But they didn't provide anything. They didn't provide any comparison. As they gave us a flyer that basically you would pick up at a convention or something and said, this is the plan we want to go to, but they provided no comparison, no plan benefits, whether it's in network here in Harney County or Harney County would be out of network. They didn't provide any research on it at all. And we're not going to do that for them. If they want it, then they're going to have to provide that information. And it also comes down to the county's ability to be able to afford it as well. So we didn't have any of that.
Do you think they're still looking at it, or do you think it'll default to?
By agreement, we had to revisit it by May. Yeah, we had to revisit it, which we did. We had a meeting. CIS came in last week and provided plan, what we have anyway, what we have available to us, comparison and whatnot to them with costs. There is a possibility that this year they may be able to go to a copay plan if they choose as a group, but not individually, yet one this way, one that way, but it has to be as a group. So there are some options that we may be able to give to them when we have to revisit and actually decide what we're going to go to. And just for background, so you have to request your plan, what you're going to go with for the next year by June.
Like 16th of July.
16th of
Right.
July. You have to make that determination and actually select it. And then it goes into effect January 1 of the following year. So there are some timelines and some where decisions have to be made by. But so everything is done. Salary and everything is done, and that's reflected in this budget, with the exception of the healthcare. But we can't afford to take on any more costs. So basically, whatever they come up with has got to be pretty much.
It's higher. 75 to, well, unless you count the HSA.
Yeah.
Obviously, if they go to if they go to the copay plan, then there's no HSA for them.
And I'm sure if they find some really great plan that costs, and has decent benefits, I'm sure you'd be all ears anywhere, wouldn't you?
Oh, absolutely.
For the rest.
So so because if they decided to go to the copay, there's no HSA, those funds wouldn't be spent. It'll be a wash there. So it shouldn't impact this budget any.
So how come, there's a budget for the Forest Service Patrol, but we haven't ever, I mean, the last few years, we haven't got it, so.
It's just
what
because-
we need to do to get it.
Okay, so it's I can't remember how much it is per year, but it rolls over. They have allowed the sheriff to roll it over, and the sheriff hasn't had staff to be able to do it. So it looks like it's 11 is 22, half during the fires.
So. I'm still waiting for funds to come, and I checked with him last week, so I was like, Jesus, and you know. But he said that his contract with Forest Service, they don't know about, like, basically the funding and what's been invoiced. So.
But they haven't been conducting those patrols, and that's why the numbers have been carrying forward.
So,
That's why you don't see any actuals in there.
but we have some kind of long-term contract with service. That we
Um,
can bill.
We have one with the BLM, but.
It's not, I don't know as I'd say it's long-term. They usually go for a base year. Federal contracts usually have a base year and then a couple of option years. And I don't know where we're at in that process with the Forest Service. The BLMs is the same way for the BLM Fund 220. And it has a base year and then like 3 or 4 option years. And in those option years, either side can choose to not fund it. So it's up in the air every year, really. But we'll get to that one, 220. Any other discussion on the sheriff's office budget?
I guess just if Forest Service Patrol, for instance, if that funding doesn't come through, how does that affect the staffing?
So there's
Forest Department.
So that they do what they did on overspend.
So there's an in and an outline. If you look under personnel services, 1171. If we don't get it, it doesn't get spent.
And has that been something that's sort of been like an additional duty of
Yeah,
their
well,
people rather than the hiring
When
of
he-
a part-time person? or-
it's when he assigns people to go do it or they go do it and then they charge it to that line.
Okay.
But we were just talking about, I think it must be in his regular line.
Nothing's been built.
That's what I'm saying. They haven't used it. The only thing that I know of that they did use was during the fires. They billed some time to it. But if it hasn't processed through, then you're not going to see an actual. So I don't know how that, or I guess, does it take a project code to
It does not to build a line, but for me to know that they did it. So I'm gonna run a project code report right now and see what's on there.
okay. But I know in years past, they have not, they just keep rolling it over. The Forest Service has allowed them to roll it over.
It seemed like the fires this past year would have been a perfect time to probably all over.
Yeah.
There should be a lot.
You build.
I think that's,
Okay.
so they did bill. And, July. So. We can transfer 4364.12. On that.
Do a ledger line.
So there should be some actual in there then?
Yeah, 4364.22 is what they put into that Forest Service line in July. As far as, I should say, not line, I should say our project code that I have set up, they used it for $1,000 worth. but didn't account for it in the GL line. So
So
it's accounted for in the project code, but it didn't hit the GL line, so we can just do that out of Lucas's.
but we haven't gotten any revenue for
I'm waiting on, that's what I was trying to do, it's not the scope for it,
it. Yeah,
but we
the
don't.
$4,500 you get for it.
Okay, I think that one.
which again, it's all these kind of things that it's nice to have our budget, our approved budget done, and then have a month in between for all these little things to come out in the wash before June when we adopt it. Because that will affect those two lines. But not majorly, because one depends on the other. I'll make a motion to tentatively approve the Harney County Sheriff's Office budget.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. And opposed? Motion carries. Okay, the assessor we've already done as part of the CAPA. Clerk?
Question on that assessor. Maybe I might have a question, because there was differences between the pages you gave us and the pages that we approved. Which I guess. Yeah, because in the pages you gave us, it has that assessor salary going up by $2,000 or so. But it should remain the same, shouldn't it?
No, because we approved no cost of living increase.
So we're looking at the approved line.
Yes.
Those are the capital ones that you gave us. And
No, so the approved line is any changes that I made since our last, the proposed budget line is what you were given on day one on April 8th for our first budget committee meeting. And then after which had a 3% COLA figured into it. After we got the elected officials compensation committee recommendations and we adopted their recommendations, it held all the elected officials at zero cost of living. So then the approved line reflects those changes.
Okay. So why is that salary 76,540 instead of 76,600 if it's supposed to say?
Because when I did it the first time around, I rounded up. You'll see salaries in here that are rounded up, maybe $5 or $10 or whatever, just to create a buffer. But that does not reflect what the position is getting paid. The position on this time around, it might be 76,535, and I just rounded it $5 or something. I'd have to run a report and see exactly what their payroll, what their personnel side of things are. But if you don't build in a little bit of a buffer in these, now granted, general fund is the entire fund, and personal services for every department is all lumped into one category. But if you don't build in a little bit of buffer, you run the risk of going over in a category.
It just seems odd to me that I would think their salary would be an even number, like 76,600 would just be the salary. And this will come up again when we get to the courtroom too. So if our salary is 50,800, and 50,800 is what the pay should be for a year.
But that's what I'm saying. They're rounded up to put a buffer in there.
Have they always been?
Yes. Yes.
Well, and the salaries went down a little bit, but the PERS and the medical went up.
Significantly.
Yeah, it went the opposite direction.
That was my next question.
Change. What's like that?
Debbie, we just, those little amounts.
So the actual-
Together and we both-
The actual annual salary for the assessor is with the COLA remaining at zero is $76,535.76. So it's rounded $4.24 up.
So the PERS,
That one I'm not sure about. I think,
is that, I haven't been looking at all and see if that's typical increase in PERS. Whoa,
and
the
even-
PERS is real.
And even FICA, when, and these are all percentage type calculations, so they should go down. Salary going down. Cause FICA is a percentage of your salary, so.
Well, I mean, between last session and
I'm gonna be honest with you. This is Tyler. This has been the worst year for calculating payroll. And there's so many variables in it that if it's calculated high, it ain't gonna hurt us. It's gonna roll over. We're not gonna use it and it'll roll over. If it's calculated low and we needed more, then it'll put us in the red. I'll have to do more homework on why those numbers came out higher.
Percentage wise, if something changed it, adding instead of decreasing it. I would say, what's the system?
Because as a system, once the salaries go over, it was all for the rest of it. And don't.
Well, now it's concerning because if by changing for these CAFA funds, if changing the payroll changed that and there's a big discrepancy, then what about all the rest of the ones that we didn't change? How do we know that they're accurate? And I agree, if we're budgeting more than we're actually going to spend, we can get away with that because we'll still be in the black. But if they're wildly inaccurate, who knows?
Well, and this is just one of them that we changed. I mean, we'll have to look at the others and see if the same thing, the same trend happened where those things went up. Maybe it's just something in the assessor's fund.
this, Deanna,
It would be,
you're gonna know something.
Then I have to go. It's most likely that the HR budgeting piece and the percentages in there, so that's what I have to go look at, so. Which is gonna require a little bit of research.
Was that looked at in building the budget?
Yes.
So
I
there's,
don't-
so you input into the software a percentage for budget purposes.
Yes.
So
it's not
here
just
is,
No, it doesn't come out of payroll. It doesn't come out of payroll. It has, it's called fringe benefits in that HR budgeting facility.
And it's one percentage for all of them. Percent.
No, it's set up for each. You know, so we have like 4 different PERS.
Because of the tiers.
Exactly, and then the medical is each got, you know,
Yeah,
the different for employee only versus employee family. Unemployment has its own, there's all kinds of shift differential is, you know, different.
But it's like a bit too, on the clerks, they just took the original, it was an adjust. Like, or any of the others, we didn't even adjust it to our original amount, but for 36. Or close to. 452, yeah, it's just figures and just pushed it. So it didn't do adjustment. So it looked like it's system wide.
well, it went down. So this one is probably, and the clerks is probably about right. Because the clerks went down as the salary went down to $2,286. So your PERS went down $643. Your FICA went down $170. So those ones decreased, probably about right for $2,000. I it's it's computer software and it's as accurate as you put information in, but
It does. I have seen it change. I have put stuff in there and go back. Because Bill's like, something's not right, go back and it's back to what it was. And it's been so frustrating the last couple of years, so.
so you can see 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is the benefits thing. There's 4 entries because you have, or 5 entries, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for FICA. And each one of them has a percent, 7.65%.
Under this fringe benefit to be 7.65. Yeah, but if you go down to the hers, the first top one I checked wasn't right. And it was right.
To the 01 or
Should be 4.44.
is what it should be for PERS.
But hers also does an estimate early. Because that's what that code is set up as 23.55.
No, that still doesn't explain why it would go up rather than down. If it's the same percentage, it should go down.
And I think it didn't happen.
Yeah. It doesn't, no, doesn't make sense to me. Technology. We can't get away from it.
I know. And it gets worse instead of better.
Yeah, that's the sad part. That's the thing, but it must be the things with reason.
There's so few.
So I don't know what to tell you at this time, but at any rate, if it's higher than what it should be, it's not going to put us in trouble anyway.
Be
Yeah.
curious to see if you run it 10 days from now, what it does.
Well, I can
Gonna be completely different.
run it. Report.
Thanks a lot, Rob.
Just kidding.
Okay, so those are individual. Recalculate. And then I have to transfer it.
I don't know what coach instructions we both said.
I think that made it fame too. You will be done.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
How do
Can
you,
can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Are you looking at two different budgets at the same time?
no,
What are you looking at?
Well, I'm looking at the budget that was available over there when I come in, and you're talking two separate budgets, two separate numbers.
so did you follow the point that that proposed budget column? The column that says proposed budget up at the top?
Yeah, but I didn't, has this already been changed?
Yes, I updated the pages in there
So
already.
I can't see what it was before.
Yes,
but
in the
you guys-
proposed budget column.
This was the stuff that we had to approve for the capital grant. So the approved budget is the stuff that we technically approved. This was what was in the last one. So
See if I have any personalities.
These proposed numbers here. So right now.
What we're talking about, okay, now it makes sense, thank you very much.
So, Deanna, after it recalculates and I transfer it back to budget, do I just do a report to see what the cumulative, figures are? What's that? No, but that doesn't add it all together though. That's what I'm saying. So now I need to do just a budget report that.
Budget. Or budget or whatever.
I mean, you don't have.
No, you
You've
don't.
expressed some frustration with this in the budgeting process and talked about possibility of Excel, but I was talking to Catherine White, the CFO at the hospital the other day, and she said for all their payroll and stuff, they use a software similar to ours, but for budgeting, she uses Excel, and she said if you want to see how she sets up her pages, you should share it, because that's what she does.
Well, and then I got to thinking about doing that, and it would be more cumbersome than just basic, which it'd work for your basic numbers, but everybody's different. Some people have longevity. Some people have in the sheriff's office, they have different incentive pays and whatnot in the sheriff's office. So an Excel spreadsheet would almost have to be customized for each and every employee, not by position.
Tyler needs to fix it.
Yeah.
And that's the bottom line, is
That's
Tyler
right.
needs to fix it, and Bill has submitted his things, I have an entire list of things that I expect them to fix.
In the past, when you guys have,
Exactly.
in the past, when you've asked them to fix things, did they do it and how long did it take?
It depends on what it was, like the LB one that was not working, they got right on that. The last time I talked to them, so it's a software. You know, if you're asking them to change software, it usually takes a little bit longer, but this is their programming. It shouldn't
This is
be
their industry. They're supposed to do that.
their programming, it's
It'll
not
make it
a
easier.
change the program, it's just make it calculate. So, they
Can-
should be able to. get
Can
it.
you import reports to Excel out of here?
Some things we can, and some things we can't, so I'm not sure about this one.
And like Ken and I were talking. like-
Well, shoot, we already approved this one anyway.
It's much,
It's much.
there's like 6 people on 9.
So we are in the process of doing to version 9, which is updated. And then possibly do 10, but like we gotta do baby steps.
The one other question I did have before we move off of assessor is the internal GIS staff is different than we've accounted for it in the past, and I understand that, and I can see where that shows up in the GIS budget as a revenue. Where would the internal building rent show up? What fund?
In 025.
025? I was just curious.
I'm gonna have to sit down and play with this. It's not letting me now. It's not letting me transfer into the approved budget. Because otherwise you have to sit down with. Yeah,
Can we just table that until the next meeting?
well, if at this point right now, tomorrow is the next meeting. But it's only as if we determine it's necessary. So are we gonna determine based on some of these calculations that that I need to relook at these numbers and actually schedule a meeting for tomorrow?
Well, they've already submitted those numbers for their grant, haven't they? It's already
Yeah.
approved, so. That's a moot point on that one, I feel like.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not worried about it. It's the general fund is budgeted to zero. If these numbers are a little bit higher than what they should be, it'll come back into us in the beginning fund balance.
We need to talk about.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and we are.
We are.
Yeah.
We are. We have an open,
Off the time, red phone.
what do you call it? Open case or ticket, yeah. In the long run though, and I want to make sure too that this is that for the public and everybody, this is not an issue that's going to lead us down the road to another budget deficit because of the way things are monitored now and what actually comes in and goes out and everything. So.
Yeah, I want to say that our treasurer and HR and accounts payable, they all do a really good job.
Yes, I do.
Snap, it did it for all of them, not just the assessors too.
Which one?
Clerk is the same way, PERS and medical went up, even though salary came down.
Well, medical goes up.
But clerk is another one that's already.
Well, but it did have a $1,900. No. 52, that stayed flat. That went down. That went down. Medical stayed. Actually, PERS went down for the clerk. Went down $643.
Oh, yeah.
FICA went down. Yeah. So the clerk's one looks like it came out right.
It's like a 10% increase from last year in PERS.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
PERS went up.
First.
What, 9% this year?
Stuff goes, and insurance, those three go
It's
crazy.
20.4 for. Those figures, are they on that? I gave you
Last time.
Aren't you glad you hopped on that bandwagon?
PERS.
We'll talk about that coming up.
So PERS went up, tier one and 2 went up 6%. OpCert went up 3.25%. OpCert police and fire went up 3.8%.
So what is the first rate?
Well, it's different depending on which tier they're in.
Tier one, what's the tier one?
2841.41. Police and fire is 28.82. And everybody else is 23.55.
here, 7.65 started.
But clerk's the other one we've already approved. Anyway, there's no question on it.
Yeah. So the clerk and the tax were both pre-approved. There was no change in tax assessor or the tax collector's budget at all because there was no elected official in that. District attorney, page 8.
Did you give us a new sheet for D?
No.
So, yeah.
So.
While the DA is an elected official, he gets paid by the state, and anything that's in there that is extra stipend is not affected by COLA.
So where does the DA's salary show up?
It doesn't,
Well, I know, but
it's not part of our budget.
Yes.
well, that was a question I had because I think there's some other funds too. Shouldn't the budget be an accounting for any anticipated receipts and expenses that we're gonna have? And so even if it's a wash,
But he's not a county employee.
As a state
We don't
employee.
expect
oh,
any-
for that one.
Right.
This question will come up again on some other funds too. Okay.
So I have been confused about something. And I probably should know this, but do we have a deputy DA?
No.
We have a line budgeted for it, but we don't have the position's not filled.
But we have actuals for it, too.
Actually,
Because the DA right now is receiving a stipend out of that line while the position is vacant for extra time that he's working.
Oh,
When that position gets filled, then that stipend goes away.
And does that look like there's any prospects of getting someone?
They don't have anybody.
I think we've got 2 or 3 applications. So.
well, there's not much incentive to hire anybody if you're getting all that money yourself.
But the problem is most of the counties right now are trying to hire DAs, so the deputy district attorneys, so. We're all competing for the same thing, so they're all, well, you're gonna give me $10,000 more than Harney County, so they're going there. Yeah. Or, that county's giving $10,000 sign-on bonus that, we're not giving. Yes, I think Ryan's doing a sign-on bonus, but it's what we can afford. And so it's pretty hard for us to compete with counties that are willing to pay a whole lot more.
Like the last 2, I believe, were both graduates right out of law school, passed the bar, come to Harney County. One of them, I don't even think had passed the bar before he started here.
Which we hired him not as a deputy district attorney, but as a paralegal. No, it wasn't a paralegal, but it was a law clerk or something or other while he was getting his passing the bar, which he did. And then he became the deputy district attorney. Anyway. Yeah, after.
We gotta find somebody who's invested in our community. That needs to be-
And their wife. That's.
If the DA could handle the work by himself and we paid him an extra $10,000 a year, I would be happy with that. I would be fine with that because it's really less cost than what it is for another employee. But
We're paying him a lot more. $68,000 in 23-24.
yeah,
That's
well-
almost double salary. I wouldn't want to go look for another one to work with me if I could bring home that kind of money.
I will say he is looking, he needs the help.
I think we had one last week or the week before an application. But across the United States, they've allowed them to not pass the bar. You can still become a TA or CDA.
a lawyer.
A lawyer without passing the bar. If you, like, say New York, you don't have to pass the bar, but he is.
There's other things that you have to do. There's like kind of like an on the job training type of a program where you can get your attorney license certification without actually taking the bar test. And Oregon is one of those states.
could you use Google?
Qualified, you're equal to pass the bar.
Is that where that saying lower the bar comes from?
Yeah.
Ours has a lower than that.
Bill, I can't remember, where does the deflection funds, where is that?
It's in 015, Department 015 with grants. We'll get to it.
Is any of the deflection grant stuff reflected in the personnel services stuff?
Not in this budget page, not in this department page.
And the MLDI travel is got a $3,100 expense. And it didn't for years, and I know that is that? due to-
So MLDI travel is purely for certification purposes when they have to send somebody to go get.
Okay.
So they may not spend any of that if they keep the MLDI staff that they have and they don't need to recruit anybody else. But if they do, then they obviously got to have it budgeted to use if they need it.
Does anybody have any more things to question on this one?
What is the medical expense fees non-employee? What is that?
So
Under materials.
Medical examination.
So the medical examiners are not county employees, they're contracted physicians. So we don't pay them as employees, we pay them as a contract materials and supplies.
Is that now is so much more than the actuals?
Because we haven't had one. We've been vacant without a medical examiner for almost 2 years probably. And I'm trying to get it filled right now, waiting on the state medical examiner to get, we have 2 people lined up for it, 2 doctors lined up for it that are going to share the responsibility basically. And I'm waiting on the state medical examiner's office to get some pre-training done that he wants to have done before he makes the appointment, because the appointment actually comes from the state, not from the county.
And so having actual medical examiners is gonna cost us more money?
Well, just based on it's based on use. The medical examiners, the contract is $500 per case. So each case that they review and have to sign, they get $500 for it. So 40,000 is an estimate on the number of cases that they might review. Again, that might only be $20,000 or $25,000 at the end of the year.
There's no revenue stream that we get associated
No.
with any of that.
No, it's a response. Yeah. That's in the. Well, that's medical examiner. We don't pay anybody for a medical examiner right now because we don't have one. We're not talking about the MLDIs. The MLDIs are the boots on the ground that go out to the scene and do all the investigative work and collect the fluids and whatever all they do. And there's a separate line on there.
Well, I hope we
ML.
don't have 800 cases. That's what this budget is for, is 800 cases. Medical.
So every medical examiner case is an unattended death. So if a person dies, actually in some instances, even if they die in the hospital, it could still go before the medical examiner. But if a person dies at home, you might have a regular doctor that you see once a year or whatever, but that doesn't cover it. If a person is say hospice terminal at home and they have a hospice doctor that's seeing them on a regular basis, that would be an attended death. If somebody has a heart attack and dies in their bed, that's an unattended death, and the medical examiner has to review it and sign it. So you don't know. I mean,
I know, if we don't spend it, it's okay.
Yeah. You know, to be honest, in the first couple of years of doing this budget, there's a lot of those lines that are like that nuances to the budget that until you watch these lines and track them to see what they're doing, it's kind of hard to tell where to start at. Yeah. Yeah. Like,
Well, but 800 is a lot. Yeah, that's 10% of our population. That's a lot of deaths,
at this point right now,
unattended.
we have an MLDI supervisor that does the scheduling for the MLDIs when they're on call and whatnot. And that was the estimated number that was given to me for that. So again, it's a little bit new because we haven't had one for a couple years. The contract's going to be a little bit different than it was in the past for our past medical examiner. So it's going to take a couple of years to track it and see where it lays.
It's very. Budget for this position. That they're passed for.
For the MLDI supervisor that comes out of It comes out of the medical examiner line. It's all bunched into that one line, and it is increased by what, $6,000?
Budget process for an increase in. Um,
There was an ask to move into their own separate budget.
Yeah.
We decided not to do it.
We didn't separate it into its own department. There was an ask for an increase in the MLDIs, and it went from 150 to 175 a call. And then next year they want to, I talked them into a gradual increase they wanted to go to $200 a call. And I was like, well, I'll do 25 this year. We'll look at it next year for the next 25 and see what it looks like.
I move to tentatively approve the district attorney budget.
Second.
A motion's been made and seconded to tentatively approve the district attorney's department 005. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. County Court. Department 007, page 10.
On this one, in the approved budget line, on the new one you gave us, the judge salary is the same as the proposed, which reflects an increase. And the salaries for the commissioners.
Yeah, and I looked at that and I knew that question was going to come up, but I looked at it and the budget amount last year was not correct.
Is our payroll based on the budgeted amount?
Well, minus what's rounded up. I mean, like yours, I believe this year on yours, I put the exact amount in there. But some of these I did round up. Like that one, I could have rounded to 52,290, but I left it at the exact amount just to show that it stayed at zero. But some of the other positions, like the non-elected positions, I may have rounded those a little bit. So I'll show you what it currently is, what the current rate is, and what it.
And this is just a comment. A few years ago, when the elected official compensation board came out with their proposal for that particular year, which was adopted by the budget, they based the commissioner salary as, again, the 0.5 FTE, and felt that they, even though they didn't have probate, they didn't have the administrator role, that they should be funded the same as the judge. But it was cut in half because of 0.5. That was the rationale. And I just want to say it when you indicate it's 0.75, and I know we're on call all the time and we do work a lot more than half time. There's no doubt about that. Over time, it has implications for.
Those reduced to 0.5, didn't I?
Yeah, did.
It says 0.75 on.
It's on this, but.
I didn't print that page.
It must have said it.
Oh,
Yeah, I
okay.
did.
We just did.
Oh, I didn't do the.
Oh, all right.
I did it
Okay,
before.
sorry.
I did it after I printed the page.
What does it say?
Yeah.
She's on like, see.
Yeah, the FTEs for commissioners should say 0.5.
All right.
We made that adjustment after I printed
Thank
this
you.
page.
Appreciate that.
Okay, so 78, 13.55 times 12. What, Deanna, what does the salary, that doesn't include anything. That should just be the annual salary basically divided by 12, right? Why is mine coming out 78?
Well, I guess that's why I don't understand
3.55 times 12. Oh, there we go.
what,
93,763 is what my salary is right now. And that's what it'll be into the next year.
is how much?
93,763.
That's what it is right now.
Yes.
Why was last year's budget amount lower?
I don't know. It was an error that we didn't catch last year. So honestly, at the end of the year, my line is probably going to be overspent by $1,000.
And then the commissioners are correct. I'm doubting stuff now.
Well, because I feel like if your job description says the salary is
Sure, huh?
$50,800,
We're stubbed sometimes thinking. I don't
I'd
know.
expect to get $50,800 at the end of 12 months. 50,800 divided by 12, and I understand the rounding, but the rounding wouldn't be $36 worth. I mean, that's 3 big burritos right there.
Yeah. I mean,
I'm sorry. So what was that? Where's okay, so for commissioner, because they're both the same. 4230.27 divided by 12 is
What's the 42?
that's your monthly. 4230.27 divided by or times
Times 12.
times 12 is 5763.
50,753. That puts you
Yeah.
50,000.
4230.27 times 12
That 1 year.
is 5763.
Increase the commissioners and did not increase the judges that we were talking about. Remember that? Just by a little, but still. I don't remember.
763. So I have 764. I rounded up. Yeah, I rounded up $1. And last year's, the proposed budget was, yeah, so that's, last year I rounded it up. Last year it was 50,800. And this year I put it in there right pretty much straight at what it is. So I rounded up 20 or $36.
$36.
It's just a round up. Last year I rounded it up. This year I rounded it to the nearest dollar.
That's just odd to me because on salary jobs, if that job's listed at $50,800, that's how much I'd expect to get paid for the year. $50,800 or real close to it. You know?
Well, I can take out all the rounding up. And if something goes over by a little bit, then we have a red category. And we're talking about 70, well, in my proposed budget, it was $36, so $72 for a year in dollars that won't get spent. It'll go into the beginning fund balance. If we were that critical in our budget, I guess we could do that, but I don't think we're that critical that I need to.
Convert salary.
Yes, well, it gives, so for commissioners, which is the page I'm on right now, it gives a salary rate. It doesn't do an hourly rate, Deanna? There it is right there. Is that it?
So you count.
Oh, no, that's hours.
You don't take it on.
Yes. Yeah. And I mean, because that right there for. I mean, I was looking, Frank, she was looking at how you divide the annual salary by 12, you get the 4230.
4233. 4333.
$30.27 is what I keep, it calculates out for me. Which is exactly what is in it. But.
If you divide 50,800 by 12, that's what you get.
No, 50,763.24 divided by 12 gives you the 4230.27.
Oh yeah,
That-
it's supposed to be 50,800.
Yeah, that's what he's
No.
saying is
It's supposed to be 40,000, it's 50,764.
You round it up to the 8.
in the proposed budget, I rounded it up by $36 just to provide those buffers. But after we voted to take a 0% increase, I only rounded it to the nearest dollar because I wanted the budget to show that we didn't take anything for elected officials.
And
So you're looking at three different columns there. You're looking at the proposed budget, the budget for this year, our current year, the proposed budget, and then the changes to the proposed budget. Last year's proposed budget, I put it in, or the adopted budget was $50,800 because I rounded it up $36 last year and made it 50,800. The proposed budget this year had a 3% cost of living in it. We took that out and I put it to 50,764. That's $36 difference from what last year's budget was.
So where are you coming up with the 50,800?
In the 24-25 budget line.
Because when I ask what does the job pay and they say 50,800,
I
that's when I
see.
get 50,800.
Yeah.
I'm not that worried about it. The other thing is on the PERS, there's no PERS route. So that's an additional 12,000 or so that a person can play with. And that can't ever come back once you fill out that form. So there's that.
So you opted out first. Thank you.
I didn't know you could. Commissioners and judge.
Why would they opt out of it?
Yeah.
Why?
Because they think it's
On their
a scheme.
principal.
I don't know. I love it. I'm a tier one employee and I worked for 30 years and I love it. Everybody.
I wish I'd have kept my tier 1 status and then I would love it too, but I cashed it in.
I earned it. I thought I earned it. I worked for 30 years in the school. I earned it.
That doesn't matter either way, because again, that if anything, we'll have more money than we're anticipating.
Yeah.
But if there is a spot where you need those extra thousands to balance it, that proves for me.
So Deanna, when you post a job, just say a job, not them, but job. Not them, but it, and do you post it versus what the budget says or versus what you know it is?
What I know it is, and we do, 1 through 3 usually, please, or steps 1 through 3, depending on.
Well, with that said, are there any other things that you want to discuss on this one?
I moved to temporarily approve.
I just have one question. Are you expecting potential litigation?
I've decided not to sue.
So no, I mean, I'm just curious, because last year you were. So,
So I decreased it by $21,000 from last year to this year because I'm not. But when I looked at the expenditures for the last couple of years, it's one of those that could taper off next year, but I don't want to take too much of it off all at once.
Is there something you don't know? So yes, possibly.
Gee, Monday morning on a Tuesday.
Loving your job, eh?
Okay, so
anybody can sue anybody at any time.
Is it anything that affects the budget decision?
Well, they've got potential litigation
No,
numbers in there.
I can't. No, I'm not asking for that part. Just not asking for a large tax thing that we've had before in surprise.
Nothing.
Okay.
okay, so I tentatively move to approve a county court budget as presented.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded to tentatively approve the county court budget department 007. Any further discussion?
I think that it's right.
It's already changed.
You guys,
Thanks for
I saw it. Who's done?
Terry, who moved?
Me.
For the record, I will disagree with that, though. I think an elected official is an elected official, and
Well, our FT is mainly for budget purposes anyway.
I wish we could not have anything. And it's just.
Right.
It takes.
Yeah. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. And opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Next department is juvenile department. The E. FTE.
Well, I mean, we didn't used to, but the.
No, we have to.
Okay.
There has
The
to be
budget
a
committee asked for that, and it's like, why we put it in there, but maybe things we have to.
budget law, you have to. Um, juvenile department, cost of living is the only increase in personal services. Materials and supplies, we actually trimmed their budget by a little, about $2,000. It was also pretty status quo to last year.
I moved to tentatively approve juvenile. if there's any.
I have one.
My comment just is yesterday, they actually created a new revenue line for Brooke called OYA expunction reimbursement.
And will that be under state resources?
And it is, the line ends in 3431. I'm gonna receive about $4,000 into there. It's new funding for reimbursement for expunction, which, she said there's no guarantee on each quarter it's different based on the number of cases and things.
So is there gonna be an estimated budget amount for this coming budget?
I could double check with her. I mean, safely, I could maybe say $5,000. Which is a low estimate.
So that'll affect the bottom line though. So I'll need to add that in and then fix the bottom line to zero again.
You're saying for 24, 25, you're gonna have an actual revenue line?
Yeah.
Of 4,000 about.
Is it a job that somebody's gonna be doing? No, it's within, within their scope of work. It's just additional funding. Reimbursement.
Juvenile department, because of legislation, has to expunge certain offenses from an individual's record. And it sounds like they're just getting some funding for doing that.
So my question was, so there must have been a change from last year's budget to what actually got adopted, it looks like, in some of these lines, because they're totally different in the actuals. Or in this 24-25 budget is different than what I showed in last year's budget.
Well, you know, the act, are you talking about the act? Well, can you point out a particular line for me so I understand?
Are you looking at personal services or materials and supplies?
Materials and supplies, the lodging, meals, travel, registration dues, juvenile detention. Those numbers are all different in this 24-25 budget than what was presented to us last year. So I was just kind of curious.
Without mixes.
Okay, I gotta get to the. So see, this is 1210. And
This is proposed.
yes, that's what I'm talking about. But the actual budget for 24-25 now has 4, 4, and 15 right here. So these numbers all changed. So
Did we do a resolution in June for this last year?
that's my question. Was it a resolution, or did something happen before you actually adopted the budget that we didn't know about? Or what happened? Because juvenile went down. Well, and so did registration and dues. They all went down. No, they all went up. Excuse me, looking at it backwards. They all went up. So I was just kind of curious what happened.
So you're comparing the actuals to what was budgeted to
Yes.
what we have budgeted this year? So like,
I'm just comparing 24-25 budget to 24-25 budget last year. The budget numbers changed.
The
Well,
actual
theirs is a
budget
different
versus the
one.
column on this budget.
Yes, it's the budget numbers that changed. It's not. So something happened in the budget after we reviewed it. And those numbers went up. And I was wondering,
I'll have to bring my other copy of my current budget to,
And my guess it was probably a resolution of some sort. I'm going through the resolutions now. But we can make a note and look it up and get back to you.
if it just raised a question in my mind, what kind of changes happen after we review this? That we don't know about?
Well, there are changes.
so there are,
Yeah.
and there can be changes made.
Yes, well, obviously, there was one.
Yeah.
So,
And those changes would be indicated or heard during the budget hearing before at adoption time.
so maybe it's in that record.
Yeah, I'll have to go back and look if there were any changes. What did it change by from your,
Well, the lodging, meals and travel went up $2,000,
from what was approved last year?
yeah.
So the
And,
only,
registration dues went up a lot. And the juvenile detention went up by $5,000. Well, that's better.
so thinking of the juvenile department, those could have been things that the department head came to me later and said, you know, I'm anticipating this now. I don't like this process being so early.
Yeah.
Actually March and April, because things do change by June. But if we don't, then we're gonna be under the gun if you wait too long to do it too. So there is that time, and actually in my budget this year, the process this year, I have from, well, when we're done with this, we'll have May and June basically for any of those unforeseen needs to come forward and then be added, or more than likely added, not deleted, to the budget.
It just removes the leave the people portion out of those changes when it happens after we get done. So.
But again, the budget law allows for the governing body to make changes from the time it's been approved to the time it's been adopted. Did we have a motion on juvenile?
Carrie half made one.
I started making.
Okay.
I'll make it again. I move to tentatively approve juvenile.
So,
presented.
but are we adding 34, 31, $5,000 revenue?
Yeah, but that'll reflect in the very bottom of the general fund.
But on this budget, we should add.
You can pin it in. And most of the time what I do, especially with something small like that, what I'm going to end up doing, because the departments are already budgeted for their needs, what I'll end up doing with that increased $5,000 in revenue is probably put it in the contingency line. And then it's there to use if we need it for some purpose. I heard a motion. Was there a second? A motion's been made and seconded to tentatively approve the juvenile department 008's budget. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. And opposed? Motion carries. Courthouse maintenance. Department 009, page 14.
I have a question. What does the county do for snow plowing?
The road department.
I thought the judge goes out and shovels.
Well, I have done that too.
I know the library has separate services. So does home hospice, I think.
Yeah, because I saw home help out there he was running his, I'm assuming his personal four-wheeler around.
If it was a he, it was Chad, and he has a county four-wheeler.
I thought,
Actually, we bought it this last year. It was a used one that he got and then added a blade to it.
home health hospice director was.
Oh, I thought you said public health. Never mind.
But maybe Matt was doing. But I know that they each have something up in there that handles. snow plowing.
So why are those not handled by the town?
I don't know for a department, I don't know.
Possibly because there's only one kind of guy, right?
Yeah, that's a lot of,
And when it snows, and those places have to be open and accessible, they gotta get plowed with. And the
Their plow-
Chad is one person.
their plow person probably comes at 4 o'clock in the morning to make sure it's open for business at 8.
Well,
Five.
the library,
But they don't have they don't have their own,
They have their own.
Yeah,
do they?
they pay their own, they pay their own. And it was a lot.
Cause I know the county has done theirs too. Cause I know Eric has gone down there.
Well, he went down there to clean up the mess because they left all that snow at the back door of the museum that was
Yeah,
gonna
that's
flood
right.
it, and
That's
Eric
right.
went down there and cleaned it up. And then they're not supposed to do that anymore, and I don't think they did this last winter.
Well, snow plowing down there is a real problem. I'll tell you.
Yeah, there's no place to put it.
Yeah, it is a problem. And,
But it was
I
really a
was just-
problem when they backed it
and-
up to the door. the
and
back
it was
door.
hugely expensive for both the museum and the library last year, a lot of money. And they could have saved some money that the county could have handled. That's all I was, for the library. It would have saved them some money, because it was pretty expensive, and I'm sure it wasn't budgeted, because we didn't know it was.
Oh, I know.
I was just curious.
But with the road department, that Debbie will come down and do our lot, like on a four-wheeler or something.
Well,
I
yeah.
think, I mean, it just probably boils down to staffing.
Debbie does it. Jamie does it. Jamie Cronin. Oh, excuse me. No,
Just Debbie does.
No,
I actually plowed sidewalks at the library this last year because, I mean, it was bad. I mean, I shoveled it myself. So I was just curious. Why the library?
Budget board members are the snowplow, that's snow crew.
Well, that's.
Yeah,
That's our
you didn't know
job.
that?
I didn't know that.
Many duties, undersigned.
No, I'm glad you raised that topic, but it's a challenge.
so one thing you'll see different in the courthouse maintenance line is the repair maintenance building line. It's kind of fluctuated up and down for actuals and budgeted and whatnot, but there was a line in 0252 as well for same kind of stuff, repair maintenance building, and it had 40,000 in it. You'll see when we get to it that it's now 0. So I just added everything into that one line. There's no sense in having two separate lines for building maintenance and repair, 2 different departments when it goes to the same function. So that's that increase you'll see. Everything else, there's couple thousand in fuel oil, which is to be expected, electricity to be expected. Contract services, that's the janitorial service. And that's it for.
And we're anticipating contract services going up pretty substantially.
The contract is 2-year contract, and at the end of that contract, there's yeah, pretty sure they're gonna want to go up with it, but we'll take a look at that. I think it's July, versus just reinitiating or re-executing with them. Maybe we go out with another RFP and find out if they're the best value or not.
So do you guys pay for the pellets
Pellets.
for the heating system that comes from
The-
Slater?
No. We get billed as a customer. Symmetry Care, the county, the courthouse, the county, and Slater.
And
Yeah.
then the electric,
Mhm.
what line is it?
It's under, is it under 025? You got it? Okay. We still have like here at the courthouse complex, the jail is heated by biomass, but the sheriff's office and the DA's office is oil heat. So we do still have a mixture of different heat sources, fuel sources. Yeah, so as far as that department goes, the biomass is billed under
In that, high desert biomass,
HIGH, I believe.
in that email that Chad sent about the heat will continue to operate until the biomass boiler is turned off. Unfortunately, this decision's out of my hands. The co-op picks a date to shut it down and then no one can access heat anymore. That's the way
Yeah.
it works.
They have a ballpark. The biomass has has a ballpark date of normally around this time of the year they shut it off, but they usually look at, you know, what the forecast is and what it has been before they actually just shut it off. Which one? Under the courthouse maintenance line?
Yeah.
So it's out of that 15,000?
Jiminy.
Yeah.
Are you saying yeah because you think that's high? Because if that's just a portion, is the biomass
Yeah,
compared to what the school district pays?
How much left do we have on that loan to pay? For the biomass?
A lot.
Like 800,000.
Yeah.
School district pays that much a month.
sure.
Well, the gym building was not upgraded, so it uses higher consumption. And there's more facility there than
We out of that line, the biomass, and then it's stop. Or. I'm assuming is that for the jail.
for the sheriff's office
Mhm.
and the DA's office
Yeah.
is oil heat.
So did the biomass, did it turn out as good as they thought it was going to or not? No.
With hindsight of knowing what we know right now, I wouldn't have gone into that venture.
Still only. Because did they not get the fuel that they thought they were going to get, like the raw product?
It's that's part of it. You know, another portion of that endeavor is getting our fuel closer.
Yeah.
You know, like right out of our own mountains from these thinning projects and everything else. That part of it has never been realized. So transportation costs do hit the biomass pretty hard. And it just depends on where we can get fuel, you know, for
Major coal.
one source was coming out of John Day. So we had, you know, 60 miles worth of, or 69, whatever, 70 miles worth of transportation costs that were not real bad. But right now, one of the sources they're getting it from, I think, is over out of Prineville.
Yeah, it was one of the, I thought before that, one of the mills closed. and
Yeah,
we got
It was John Day, that was before, but now it coming out of Prineville area, I think. So transportation costs are a little bit higher. One of the other expenses is storage. which they're working on a shed to store it in, so that'll save pretty good amount of money every month and overhead, the cost that was going out. So in the fuel source amount that they charge, or the fees, whatever, user fee that they charge right now to cemetery care, the county and the school, I mean, that's gotta cover everything. That's gotta cover maintenance, parts, labor, the cost of fuel, transportation, storage, like any other budget. I don't see when potentially, but when the storage cost goes down to zero, I would see maybe those funds going into just for operating overhead, to building a reserve maybe, or maybe I don't want to say a reserve, but just your budget from month to month is, and I don't think $1,000, $12,000 a year is going to make a big difference in budgets between the county and the school district. I mean, it could. We just have to, as the board, we'll have to look at that stuff down the road.
I just remember when I was at the Forest Service and they were just starting to do that, and I mean, all the benefits, and there wasn't gonna be any slash piles in the forest and all this stuff, and I mean, I still see all these slash piles and everything, it's like.
But that's the board. Mr. Furr's on that board. Holly and I are on that board. So it just depends on how that evolves. Different things that can be done to help efficiency and whatnot, but that's outside of our budget. So any further discussion on courthouse maintenance?
I moved to tentatively approve courthouse maintenance as presented.
I'll second.
Motion's been made and seconded to tentatively approve the courthouse budget, Department 009. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. And opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Justice Court budget.
So we just did courthouse maintenance, right?
So we have to pay for.
I was gonna say, I was just going, what am I missing here?
There's.
So there's two, okay, thank you for telling me, because I was.
It'd actually be page 15.
All right. When
I reprinted those individual sheets for some reason.
So general courthouse maintenance is 14 and so is justice court.
Okay,
14,
thank you.
I had to
Tell
dig,
where
I had to
little-
dig mine
my
out
little
of the,
brain was going.
mine out of the.
This should actually be 15 though.
But then this one's 16.
I mean, it's all,
See, mine says 16 on the next page.
mine doesn't.
That's fine. Worth the thing. Worth the thing.
Justice, okay, so we're on Justice Court, Department 010.
Let's see. Just a question, Justice Court fines and fees, et cetera. I mean, it looks like the actuals from the first couple of years, that there's, I guess we're in the ballpark. Well, we're putting a lesser amount, right, in the proposed. And is that just because that's pretty much the reality, or?
Less citations would be issues and.
Why
Why?
are less citations being issued, or people behaving better now?
I don't know. Talk to the Burns and Hines chief of police.
No thanks. I don't need to know, I guess. That was my.
Are they still doing, is justice court still doing forensics?
On this one as well, the PERS figure is bewildering to me because the salary stays the same, and I understand there's an increase from 24 to 25, but that's like a 20% increase. And so just concerned over that being accurate, but it won't put us in the red. It would be opposite probably. If that's it.
hopefully, I see these differences. This year, I started off with trying to prepare a budget of 4% cost of living across the board for everybody with no step increases. We couldn't afford it. We didn't have the funds. We couldn't afford it. I took that approach because with cost of living in America, that I was trying to do as much as I could for our employees as we possibly could, and it just didn't work. Last year, I tried to do some of the same things. I tried to take our HSA from $1,000 a year to $1,200 a year. I looked at taking everybody from right now the bargaining unit. They only pay 10% of their healthcare premiums. The rest of the county pays 15% of their premiums. Last year, I looked at trying to take everybody in the county to that same 10% level of that they pay for their premiums. Couldn't afford it. This year I tried to do $4,000 or 4% cost of living. Couldn't afford it. I will say that this year by doing that, the budget process, I've got to find a way to see what funds are available first and what we can afford first before running through these exercises of doing that, because it's time consuming. It's very time consuming. This year we had to run everything at the 4% level. And then when I realized we couldn't afford it, we had to go back and run everything at the 3% level. It was very time consuming to figure out what we could afford and what we couldn't afford.
Well, we even did this last little bit, we tried to offer a COVID plan and a HSA plan. And there's just cost difference. It's just, so it's an upcharge. If we offer two different plans, there's a 1% upcharge for both of them. On top of the 9% that they have increased this year.
So and this is where my frustration from Tyler comes in. In the process of doing that 4% and then 3% and then elected officials down to 0%. My frustration with Tyler should be that you should be able to go into a master file and designate PERS at a specific percent, designate FICA at a specific percent, designate a COLA at a specific percent, hit a button and it runs for everything. Instead of having to go into every individual file and having to change those percentages for each file. That's where my frustrations lie. And I agree, the treasurer will say that, it's a database. It relies on the accuracy of the data that's put into it. But the process.
The programming is what we're talking about.
Yeah.
We should be able to program it so it does that.
So.
Well, and if PERS is calculating wrong, who knows if that 1% is in there or not? Maybe it was, and you can't tell.
So these are the things that I hope to discuss with Tyler this year. I've got some different ideas for next year to do something different and not have to run those exercises like that.
And that's why those PERS numbers are concerning to me, is because if they are overestimates, yeah, we'll still be in the black. But if it's a significant amount, which maybe this one, for example, that's 35% of their whole salary. Is that how much OPSERV PERS really is? It's 35%. Holy
goodness.
But if there are big discrepancies between what it really is, that difference may be the difference between giving a $1,200 HSA or 4% as opposed to a 3%. And that's
And
why
the sum withheld from salaries? For PERS?
The 6%.
The employee.
6 of the 35%.
No.
No, the 35 is in, that's the.
6 in addition to the 35.
Yes.
But the employee has to contribute on their own behalf to the IAP. It's 24.44 for general service employees is on the employer.
24 and 20.
And Deanna was just saying it's not the same in every county.
Right. She said
We pay more because we have more people on PERS here. Hired PERS people
You're
here.
trying to give them a benefit, but it's expensive.
It's the first thing, it's not on our thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, because if hers is 24% of salary for this one, for example, it's like a $9,000 difference between what's budgeted and what it may actually be. And if that carries through, that's a significant amount of money.
That is. That is.
It's 24 point what?
Oh,
That's about right. That's about right.
I missed the office assistant.
Yeah, so there's $107,000 in salary times 24.44. I come up with 20, and that's just rounded even numbers. I come up with 26,150, and we have budgeted 25,225.
Yeah, that's right. I missed that office assistant. That would have been a nice Easter egg.
There's, you know, we watching the actuals throughout the year, and again, that's another reason why you have some buffer put in there, because if a line does go over in personal services throughout the general fund somewhere, it didn't calculate right, or we miscalculated ourselves, whatever that we miskeyed it in. I miskeyed it in, whatever. But by having some buffer in personal services helps protect against any overages in that category throughout the entire fund. That's why I'm not inclined, and I don't think as a budget officer, I'm going to present to you a budget that's totally on the dime.
I moved to tentatively approve the justice court.
A second.
A motion has been made and seconded to tentatively approve the Justice Court Budget Department 010. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. And opposed? Motion carries. Next department is 011, Veteran Services Officer. These are, for the most part, it's money just passed through from what we get from Oregon Department of Veterans Services, Veterans Affairs, ODVA. And it's passed through to the hub.
Except for $28,000.
Yeah, we have to pay a percentage. Yeah.
And then the internal building rent, that's new.
You're on the water master page.
Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. Okay, never mind.
So yes, we do have to, by statute, in order to get those funds from ODVA, have to pay a percentage, a matching percentage, and I don't, what that percentage is. I probably should look that up and put that in there. Add note for
Appreciate that. You adding the notes. That's
percentage required by county.
And because that's just a contract service and it's run through the hub, if they get funding through different state grant sources, that runs through their budget through the hub, that and we wouldn't see that.
Yeah.
I move to tentatively approve the Veteran Service Officer Fund.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded to approve Veteran Services Officer Department 011. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. And opposed? Motion carries. Next department 012, Water Master.
For the building rent, that's new.
Move it to administration.
So this is an internal transfer. We don't really, do we really get $11,500?
No.
Why does the state not pay us money if the state's in charge of the water?
I don't know.
I don't know why. I mean, I just know.
Why don't we
Calls
get
the water
any
master.
Oregon Department? Yeah, Water Resources Department money from the state at all.
I'm going to venture to say it's probably because we're required, kind of like the circuit court, we're required to provide facilities for the water master.
We do bill semi-annually for a phone,
Yes.
and they reimburse us for that. It's a small amount, and that's in the general operations revenues.
State mandated service. I move to tentatively approve the water master budget as presented.
I'll second.
A motion's been made and seconded to tentatively approve the water master Department 012 budget. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. And opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Go ahead.
Well, your indirect cost rate is 10%, right? Isn't that what you use for? I mean,
For-
I was just wondering how this figure's calculated. 10% of what or?
For the internal building.
Yeah,
So what I was told when I came is that however that figure came about, I don't know, but it increases at 3% a year. And I don't know how the original figure from years ago was.
I read something, oh, it was in your audit report, I read a statement in your notes or something about a 10% indirect cost rate.
But this is,
That you're charging grants.
yeah, this has the water master, there's no actual money exchange, we're just.
Right, I know,
knowing-
but you have to calculate the 11,000 from something, so I was just wondering.
I would venture to say it's been there for a while, but I'd venture to say it was based somehow or another on square footage. If we took all the different department, well, not all, there's only a few of them that have got this kind of a charge on it. But if we took their square footage for their department, divided it, we'd probably come up with pretty close to about the same amount per square footage. Next budget is Department 013, the jail.
I've got some questions on this one. On the revenues, there've been, 3, almost 4 years where there's some revenue lines that really don't generate revenue, and I don't know, without the jail commander, I guess, being here to ask, if that's even something they should retain anymore. I remember back when budget crisis, they were saying there's all these things we can do to, and almost none of them panned out, including these. I mean, if jail telephone revenue is not a thing, why are we budgeting $100? Maybe we are, maybe it is a thing and I don't know. Supervision revenues, I don't know what that is. Inmate medical fees, but I just, if they're needed, fine. But I don't like the impression that we've got all these revenue lines that are potential sources of revenue if they really aren't.
I mean, they're minimal in the big scheme of things, $100 and $500, but next year.
I mean, if there's still things that are technically things they can charge for and possibly collect from, fine, but I don't get that impression that that's even how they do things anymore.
Yeah, I mean,
Or no, have they for quite
if
a
you
while?
have something in the grant line, you better be putting in for the grant.
It's not, it's what they used to be able or thought they would be able to charge their prisoners for certain things, and they don't. And I don't know if they're allowed to anymore. I just think hasn't received attention in a long time, and it just sits there all the time. Again, if it's still, there might be a person fine, but I just think it's a matter of maybe nobody bothering to ask them.
Yeah.
And
as far as
even allowed by the state to do anymore, they've changed the rules.
That'd be a good conversation to have with the jail commander. He's new in the position with our previous jail commander.
I mean,
And maybe there is and nobody's bothered to go after it.
I know she tried before.
I know that the
Before
previous
she
jail commander
She was, yes.
would talk to that and said she tried, but it just never happened, so I don't think it's that.
Because there was a lot of
jail
money she
staff
thought.
negligent at all, I just think it's not really realistic to
Well, and so how
pretend.
come community corrections, there's nothing in there.
Well, community corrections, that's a transfer
Oh.
from them, and that'd be good if they didn't have to, right?
Yeah, so the reason that that's dropped down to zero this year is they don't have the funding. The mandated, community corrections, state funding, they didn't have the funding. In order to balance their budget, which we'll get to, it's Fund 213 or 214. When we get to that one, I had to take that transfer out. And it didn't make sense for the county to do a $50,000 transfer to community corrections and then have it transferred back to the jail. You're paying ourselves. So I just zeroed it out in community corrections and zeroed it out in the jail budget. And that's why that's zeroed out. But their budget, they didn't have enough revenue but balance their budget. And that's the only, again, it didn't make sense for us to pay them and then pay ourselves back.
That's,
And the biomass heat is a zero. Is that because we're figuring for that in the last place we talked about biomass heat in operations, was it? Or courthouse maintenance?
oh yeah, that was my question too for that page.
They don't,
The jail doesn't use
yeah, it does.
Mhm.
But we have no actuals so far this year.
It's all being billed to general.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's why we don't.
Again, we
we're
can,
putting zero.
we can bill $5,000 worth out of the jail of the total, which when we get the biomass bill, what's that come to, a point something percent? And just to streamline billing and make the whole billing AP process one step a little bit simplified. We just zeroed that out and it pays out of that one line out of courthouse maintenance.
And my only comment to that, I'm okay with that, is that do we sometimes have those in the individual funds for utilities, et cetera, because we still want to know what it costs to run that department.
That's the only reason we would put it in there, is just to show the actual.
I think that's why they did a while back, but if we're undoing it, is it consistent for all the appropriate departments?
They're the only other ones that it would affect. The other departments don't have that. It's all under. Because I don't think like the assessor's office, there's not a heat line on in their department. That's the only one.
Courthouse.
Yeah. I guess if we wanted to really start, they're not funded by, or they don't get heat from the biomass. They have their own fuel oil or electric, whatever they're.
So what is the big jump in jail health services in the 24-25 accident? What happened to that jumped up so much this year?
Oh, yeah.
Jail health services.
2433.
So do you see the $54,000 for actuals this year? So that big increase from budgeted 20,000 to actuals of 54,000 was an individual that they had to pay a whole bunch of medical costs for. So again, you don't know, it's going to be, it's best guess estimate. So we just increased it from 20,000 to 30,000. That incident may never, or that occurrence or that type of occurrence may not happen again for 10 years. But there's no way to know. So we bumped it 10,000.
And just because they're in the jail, the taxpayers have to pay more.
They're in custody of yes.
Were they in our jail or were they transferred to another facility?
They were actually, I believe we're in another facility, but again, they're our responsibility.
But we have no control expense when they're in another facility.
What was the one still in John Doe?
Well, where they've got people at right now. I don't.
Because I know when
I don't know.
the commander left, I asked her and she said she didn't think he was coming back here because something in the state or something. I don't know.
Yeah, there was an individual that there was some issues. Yeah, I don't want to get too deep into it, but there was one individual that they had to house somewhere else because of some conflicts or whatever. So, and I think that individual is still up in Grant County because I don't think they've had the trial for that one yet.
Last time, I heard of one.
Yeah, well, and I know when I asked her, she didn't think he was coming back.
And the medical evaluations, who does that?
I think there's a contract, isn't there, with
So,
Dr. Fitzpatrick?
Medical evaluations are for the staff.
Oh, for the staff.
Yes, now as a part of the hiring process, they have to have medical evaluations as a part of PERS or police and fire, something.
Hiring.
Hiring, yeah.
That's the same, though. Never hired.
It's evaluating them later that's really interesting.
Where is mental health calculated in this? Because they provide services to the jail, don't they? And besides that, another question that I wasn't sure when to ask is, I'm not sure where the mental health budget is.
230.
230. We talked about this before.
It's a reserve fund is what it is.
So reserve, because they're their own entity.
So where's their,
Are you talking about like the mental health towns?
no, I mean,
Like
where is the
cemetery care.
budget for the money we spend for mental health?
In the personnel services, right? No, wait, that's.
So we don't budget it because it goes straight to cemetery care. It would be a pass-through fund, and it was when I first started. It was a pass-through fund that came to the county and then went directly to the contracting entity. But that funding has the option of coming to the county and then going to the contractor, or it has the option of going directly to the contractor. And it just creates another level of accounting that we have to budget for and everything. So cemetery care asked if they could be the recipient of those funds, the direct recipient. And
When I first started, they got what was called express monies from, which was funding that we passed through. All of that went through my treasurer's revolving. It was not. And
is that the ones that when I first started? Because I remember when I first started, they came to us and asked if they could be the direct recipient.
I know that they have been working on that for quite some time, and they are the direct recipient.
Yeah. And I don't know what those funds were for. I presumed that was the funds that we get from the state if we had our own mental health function, that would go towards that process or that service.
I wonder how much that is.
It was.
So we don't pay anything for mental health. They're paid directly by the state.
And Medicaid, Medicare, whatever, insurance. But by law, as the mental health authority, we're responsible for crisis intervention. And so our contract, which I sent to you both to review, and that's another process, but because we are statutorily responsible for that element of mental health, we contract with cemetery care to do that. And then they do that and all their other stuff as well.
What would be great is if the people who are on Oregon Health Plan, who then become incarcerated in our local jail, did not lose their Oregon Health Plan, but the state, that's how they do it. Because, that would help pay their person. They have mental health needs. If they weren't in jail, they have access to that funding to get those services, but now they're in jail and now they get cut off. And it's just,
That might be changing.
I think there's legislation.
I hope so, but we've heard that before, and I hope you're right, but, it's just like, isn't Oregon Health Plan here to help people who can't pay for it, and now they're actually probably gonna get better for a little while they're in jail, I hate to say that. That their mental health will get better in jail, that's sad, but,
I don't hope that's my.
our jail is pretty much Mayberry,
So personal services within the jail, you can see it actually went down, but that's because they've had a big turnover in staff. We had staff that were at higher steps. And, obviously when you hire new staff, they start unless they have experience, they're starting at step 1. So you have a decrease in personnel services. Materials and supplies went up a little bit, basically on some of that stuff we've already talked about, the medical evaluation, the medical, the jail health services. There's there's $11,000 right there, and it went up by 15. So some other small increases along those lines. Really, for the most part, status quo on materials and supplies.
I think I asked this last year, but I don't have a note about it. Who has the dietary contract with Jake?
And the express monies, the last payment that we passed through was back in June of 23. And at that time, it was around 5,500 a month. When we go back through history, I mean, it's, when I started, it was like at 16, so it went down to 3, it went back up to 7. It's been all over the place when I look back at the history of what came in on a monthly basis.
And as of July of that year of 23 is when we agreed for them to be the direct recipient of it.
So the hub cooks meals 7 days a week. The jail. And on Sundays.
Or they get.
Or do they freezing them, aren't they?
Something, yeah.
I think
They're prepared by the hub though, aren't they? They're prepared by the hub, but then they,
I've heard them talk about freezing and microwaving the meals when they have a big freezer over there, so my guess is that they're not cooking on the weekends, and I'm not sure that they're cooking 5 days a week, that they, you know, if there's leftovers and whatnot.
they
that
cook
they're
5
freezing.
days a week because they do
Oh, they do.
I thought I heard Hub say they're closed on Fridays.
that they're close to the public. Staff is still in there, and I think they still do the meals on wheels thing, whatever, the backdoor meals or whatever it is.
Has anybody inventoried that freezer?
They get inspected, I don't know.
I don't think there's been.
I think it's more than they can use. I think there's some waste there.
Oh,
I think we're getting more food than we need. But I think there's some savings that could be made for.
that's jail. I might, it's not a big deal, but when those little lines, I think it would be good if we just asked jail commander, because it's $100 here, $100, $50. It's almost like in that revenue, it's like, I mean, sure, if you need to have a $100 revenue line or something, keep it, but it just seems like those really aren't real things.
Could we consolidate those treasurers and just to a fees and refunds?
We could actually just have one that is. Because basically they're all, except for supervision, they're all basically reimbursements from the prisoner. So we could just have like have a prisoner reimbursement.
Which we do have a line that says that prisoner reimbursement,
all that in.
500, just stick it.
And there was an actual in that line for 23, 24, so.
No, something else, you know.
Well, I'm sure we'll know that time when she got, they'll bring all that stuff. And then we got a little bit, not what she actually sold.
So I mean, and that's was the telephone revenue. They, you know, they were supposed to get cards that they could then turn around and sell to the inmates, and they were going to charge a fee for that. They should have a clue for that stuff.
Being from that career field, I don't know how things are in there now, but I don't want to give them anything more than what they need to eat and sleep and whatnot every day. A card could be turned into a weapon. You know, you could sharpen down a credit card into a point and make a weapon, a shiv out of it. So I don't, if they had that idea, it's not a good idea.
Do you want to change? Like, zero out these lines. And then make that prisoner reimbursement line $750 for this year, and then talk to the
That-
district commander. You want to just leave it and fix it next year?
I'll talk with, I'll talk with the jail commander and see if they have any issues with combining them. And then we'll just zero out, if that comes back okay, we'll zero out, well, which one did you say of the supervisory revenues? Are we gonna need to keep that one? There hasn't been any revenues in it, any actuals for the,
Would be just to keep, there's no reimbursement on. And if on chance they could actually get some kind of a revenue like that, you can always receive it in. But it wasn't necessarily in the budget, I mean, it'd be that.
its own specific line for it? Okay, so I'll talk to them and we'll see about increasing the prisoner reimbursement line to 750 and zeroing out those other three lines.
I move to tentatively approve the jail budget as amended.
A second?
Motion's been made and seconded to tentatively approve the jail department 013 budget. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. And opposed? Motion carries. Next department, 015. Page 20. This is grants, and this is where earlier it was mentioned about the first off the diversion or deflection program. And you can see projected in, well, we don't have any projected in as revenue this year because we don't know what's going to happen with it. Budgeted was 150,000 for this year, and actuals were 75,000 this year and 75,000 last year. Expenses under materials and supply, well, under personnel services. I don't like this program.
Yeah, I was gonna say this is not a budget committee thing, but I would be happy with us just not taking the funding and not doing a deflection program because it's kind of a bad joke. It's not really anything. It's what they normally should do. And they got one or two people and for $150,000 and everybody gets extra pay, just doing their normal job. I don't think that's right.
And it doesn't sound like across the state it really has had much success as well.
You know, some of the large population counties that got a lot more than 150,000, you know, build a facility or do something like that. But little counties like us, I mean, Lakeview, I think was wise when they never even took it in the first place. They said, that's not gonna do anything. Save us the hassle.
We had to hire an employee.
I mean, it's,
At this.
and it's when, every time we ask, or I've asked it, I get an answer, but the answer is actually concerning to me. More than placates me, and I just think, you know, they say, well, we have to look up who you know, people who are arrested in other areas, and then, you know, it takes a long time. Well, you got a database, you look it up, or every night you come in to work, who was arrested overnight and how many times. Yeah, that takes 2 seconds. It's, you know,
it's really an issue for the governing body and the district attorney.
Yeah.
But as it is, those are the funds that we've gotten in, and those are the funds that are budgeted out for it.
I don't understand. I don't understand this fund or this account, this grants fund. Why are these grants not put within the departments that they apply to as a revenue source so that you can see how that money is expended? Is there a reason for that? Like, for example, the deflection shows up under personnel services, but the state homeland security, which is $27,000 from the state, under materials and supplies, says state homeland security, $27,000. So what did that money get? What is it proposed to be spent on?
That grant is handled by our emergency manager. In the past, actually the state Homeland Security grant was in the emergency management budget, but because it was, we created the grants part of the budget back when the previous emergency manager had applied for these communication upgrade grant in the phase 2. They were big $1 million grants. In retrospect, we probably should have had them outside of general fund because it skewed our numbers. And so we decided to put those separate and within that department, partly because of the department head at that time. And then a lot of these grants are not really department driven, but county driven. So, I mean, they could go in different departments. For me, I like seeing them in one department.
I think it makes it easier to manage them and monitor them.
Going back to deflection, so we're, at the moment, we're budgeting that we have 0 revenue coming in for it, but we are going to expend 30,500.
So we received all the money.
Just carry over.
It's carryover, okay. And so is that 30,500 exactly zero it out from the carryover?
There's that amount along with the, we're gonna put some personnel and then there's a small amount in materials and supplies.
Oh, yeah, I see a deflection of 0.
Okay, yeah, so it's all budgeted for personnel.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense to me that we could be $166,000 overspent on grants or
So
grant expenditures.
that's because we received the funding and we won't expend it all by June 30th. So we have to budget for the remainder of it.
The
And-
excess is reflected in the beginning fund balance.
But this fund, I don't see a beginning fund.
You don't, because it's all general fund, beginning fund balance.
Yeah, that's
See,
on
that's
some
by
of
each-
each funds, like the Druzy landfill, has the
Yeah.
carryover beginning fund balance and this.
But that's
It's
2
a very
pages and it's easier to it's easier to look at 2 pages or 3 pages for the Druzy fund budget versus 30 some pages for the general fund.
The very last page of the general fund has the carryover.
It makes it difficult to follow in the budget when you don't have a beginning fund balance in every single one of the general.
It would be page, 38.
Yeah.
But then you'd have, if you had a beginning fund balance for each department, you'd have 38 funds. You wouldn't have.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
It's one of the nuances of the budget structure itself.
And
Because I thought the same thing when I first started looking at it. Why do we have negatives in the department?
Yeah.
But then you have to take all those negatives and all those positives when you get to the last page and add them up. And
Well, and there's no transfers in and out either. So. It's confusing.
And another, Rob is on the generator grant. So we will receive 225, but part of the grant agreement is we had to have a match 75, so that's why the expense is more than the revenue. So that's the other one.
And what is this generator for?
It's
for the courthouse, and it's ordered and I think supposed to be on the way. I don't know. And as I recall, I don't think we're supposed to get it until July. So we won't be able to expend it out of this current budget. It'll end up getting expended in the next budget.
$300,000 generator is pretty fancy.
It is. Yeah. But that runs the courthouse and the jail and everything on this lot.
I know we have 2 generators at Lake Creek. And they don't cost nearly that much, and it runs that whole campground as well, so.
Like, I guess I don't understand why that one, for example, would be in separate grants account or fund instead of within the place where that money will be expended.
The
Courthouse management, yeah, generator grant, why wouldn't that be a revenue source for courthouse maintenance?
Well, it's actually an emergency management grant because it has to do with continuity of operations. So you could put it in courthouse maintenance because that's what it's kind of going towards, but it's also emergency management. But again, another reason we've talked about this a little bit, if you put those grants in each one of those departments, it's a one-off grant. And it skews the operating numbers for that department for that year. And in times back, you go back and look and say, well, this year you're operating, say, emergency management, your operating budget was $300,000 this year and $300,000 the next year. It's going to show by department if you did a department analysis. Or if you keep it in just in budget in grants are going to go up and down. They're going to go up and down from year to year availability. And I I get where you're, put them under the department where they affect or where they're related to.
I see examples of ones where that's not fitting, like the ODA grasshopper grant, for example. We'll get money from ODA and then we'll basically just pay that when they spray for grasshoppers. And so that doesn't have a department to go under, but a lot of these, it seems like, would be more fitting in the department to which they apply.
Like for instance, the Brownsville, they're not department driven. That's a county. I don't know where we would like put certain, I get where you're coming from.
And I guess it could go in general operations.
It makes it a whole lot easier for me to have it in one spot, and I'm not having to remember, oh, okay, the generator grant, was that maintenance? It's just easier to track this way.
And the Brownsville grant is for, Brownsfield grant is for some kind of cleanup of.
The Lincoln building, which they're supposed to start. They're supposed to be here May 5th, next Monday.
So we have two different lines for that.
The first one is the assessment grant, which is the first phase where they assess properties. And then
So these are phases. I noticed that they're under the same CFDA number and CFA, and it took me a while to tie them out to the CFA.
And we're getting, hopefully, most of that money will be explained. Well, I told DEQ is managing it for us, and so like, this is what we have, we don't have any more than that.
And I feel like the generator on put under capital outlay. Maybe capital asset.
Yeah, excuse me, just a minute. I was going to add this and forgot.
Well, my deflection. Also, this says, did you make budget for part of the year?
Yes, because that's all we know that we have left.
Okay, this is a question. What are the plans? To go, like,
Don't ask me.
Okay, you don't have to answer.
I know what I want
You don't
to
have to
happen,
answer that.
but we don't have the money to do that either.
we could create a capital outlay line for the generator plant. Because that is correct, it would be.
Under 05, the same department.
Move generator grant for materials and supplies to capital.
Down to capital outlay.
So I'll create a new line
Okay.
and then move it.
A question was asked to me that I would like to ask Judge Hart if he would like to comment on. Generally speaking, the plans for the Lincoln building, we're gonna go ahead and get the Brownsfield cleanup done, right?
Yes, go ahead.
Lincoln Building, what is the future of the Lincoln Building? With all the unknowns, we're gonna go ahead and get the EPA cleanup done, right? And then, of course, we own it. And, is it costing us much in terms of whatever minimal heating and things you have to do so a building doesn't totally deteriorate or?
That it's all turned off. Water and everything was turned off on it. And I have my ideas and what I would like to do, but again, I think that's a governing body and a sheriff's office decision to make.
But, when the flooding was happening, when people needed a place to, when they were looking at what buildings are available for evacuation, that one would not have worked out according to our maintenance staff, because everything had been turned off for long enough where if you tried to turn the water back on, it would probably been its own disaster.
And it has no heat because the boiler's been deactivated.
Yeah, so it's a shell, basically, the big shell. Laugh or cry.
Any other discussions on grants? I make a motion to approve Department 015 grants, tentatively approve.
Second.
A motion's been made and seconded to tentatively approve Department 015 grants. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. And opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. HR Finance. The only real big change here is last year we had created an FTE for finance clerk, assistant, whatever the role would have come out to be, and we funded it at just half a year. Because at the time our idea was to not start it until January. This year, with revenues being tight and having to find funds, I zeroed it out. Just have to keep it on the planning or on the idea thing for another year. Try and fund it another time.
Question for Deanna. Does the intern program cost the county?
No, this is just like a full, it's that in and out thing, so it gets billed through.
So it's fully,
It-
it covers itself fully?
Partially. From year to year, I have put funds in there to participate in that program. Last year I had county funds along with grant funds. This year, I think the library's grant is 9,000 something. So I just rounded it to 10,000. There's a little bit of county funds mixed in with that, but this year it's minimal. It's a program I'd like to support if we have available funds for it, but not this year, really.
I would like
So does
to
it-
keep an eye on
The partnership, don't they have an intern thing?
They did, and that's where some of the funding came from last year. But none this year, and that was based on a grant that they had. Move what?
it. Okay.
Move the revenue, excuse me, up to the line. 22 with the line it ends in 22. From the line.
If he's fine for that assessment.
Oh. Revenue since 20. Move it to 2,200.
Do you have all the Tyler upgrades in this? In this fund?
I think you guys did move them all. Where did you move them all? Some of them were in mine, some of them were in Bobby's line. And did you not put them somewhere all together?
I just wondered why this went up 20 and 5, and I was assuming that. I have a note that these are upgrades. And there was a zero in here in 24. That's because you haven't paid that. Right, you haven't paid for the.
So many of the type of these coming in May and June.
But I have a note that it went up. Budgeted more because of some of the upgrades.
Yes, to the 9.
Okay.
And it's there in 025.
It's 25. 81. Oh, it's-
So basically, I guess we already tentatively approved HR finance, but unless there's any other questions, because that was part of the CAFA. So any other questions on?
Well, just what she was asking, the 28.5 for the
That's
IT
IT contract.
Yeah. Software IT contract.
So that's. General. That's this person that's.
That was for the Tyler portion of it, the increase. Yeah.
Bruce?
I just want to make my notes clear from what I asked last time.
So emergency management fund or department, general fund, department 022, page 24. I did have one error on there in the PERS line. That should be, I missed a zero. It 1,240, it should have been 12,033. So actually what I was doing was rounding it to 12,040 and missed a zero in between there. But I increased it I just took it right to what it was, $12,033 is what should be in that line.
And emergency management office rent, you got 0, and that's because we don't charge it for departments.
That's part of that administration category that we can't have.
Oh, that's right.
So we zeroed it out, and instead of this department, since it's based on half the county pays and half the state pays, we just wrapped it all into that one line. We don't get anything extra out of that one by showing
And this is just, I looked at revenues, we got federal sources. Do we not have any state sources of revenue for our emergency management program?
just that one source that comes from
Those federal?
FEMA.
We don't have any state. It just seems weird.
Does that fund, does a emergency management funds, does that come? It comes from the state? So then do we need to
Then we need to
identify that as?
It's lumped under federal sources on that page. If it's state.
Yes, it does, and I think it's a pass through the state.
Yeah.
I just would think the state would give us a grant for part of what we do, dang it.
Yeah, right.
Doing half the stuff you guys.
Made a point looking through any that have personal services, not to look at what their compensation rate was, because that's not what I was looking at. But this particular fund, I compared it to other departments because that manager is the head of a department and that compensation is way low compared to everyone else. We pay $60,000 to OSU for a half-time employee. And that's concerning me, especially in the light of the seriousness of the work they do. That's troublesome.
That will come through hopefully in our class and comp study that's being done.
And they have, a PEP, public health emergency preparedness person is not anything that comes under here. Right?
No, that's in the public health budget.
Articulate that.
And they get funds through Modernization and Healthcare Act to pay for that position.
And I do appreciate Rob's comments, and we'll see what the wage and pay scale says.
Have you heard anything from?
I think, I'll read this.
Okay.
Okay. I move to tentatively approve the emergency management budget.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded to tentatively approve the Emergency Management Department 022 budget. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. And opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. 025, General Operations.
Did we get a new sheet for this with the change in that? What is the total? What would be the total expenditures now, or that one went from 1240 up to 12,000?
I didn't print this page, but you can,
Do the math?
yeah, do the math, but I did print the last page, the very last page of the budget.
Thank you.
On some of these as we go through, and I don't know, Treasurer, if we can get rid of these as we go through these budget years, or if there's reason to keep them, but like on 025 with the revenues, internal vehicle revenue and internal building rent, do we need those lines? They haven't had anything in them for.
That's where the figures for. Of the water master rent figure. Vehicle rent from the extension and the accessor, those figures.
Do they need to carry over into that?
Yeah, the internal vehicle. And the internal building rent, those are new lines. So instead of going under like water master rent in this transfer, it would go up.
Okay, so the extension and the water master, I need to bring those over.
I feel like I already looked at this and approved it, right? Definitely. I just, the line has 3 years of no activity, we can suspend it. And so I make notes as we go along, and then I will suspend those lines come the next fiscal year. So you don't see them anymore.
The administration on the wolf depredation fund will only be 2,000, not 10,000. I don't know if that makes a difference. What's in your change? That was an early estimate.
So it's only going to be 2,000?
Yeah.
I think we did that with the anticipation that it would be the full amount of the grant.
Yeah, when we talked about it was before I knew how much we'd get, and I asked them for the full amount, and could get 100,000, and 10% of that was 10,000, but we're only getting 50,000, and with 2,000 for administration,
Okay.
so a total of
So
52.
like we need to adjust that line and then also in the wolf.
And I think we did that at the last one. I think we adjusted that wolf one.
Yeah, I remember doing the wolf.
So is that gonna affect the um
Yep.
the transfer? Excuse me?
It's gonna affect the bottom line of the general fund and the transfer of both lines would need to be adjusted.
In 025 transfer to 235, we have $600.
Line 5035, the admin of 10, you said it's gonna be what, Rob, 2? And then in 235, you guys already adjusted that admin out of 2.
In which line?
In general operation, admin from wolf depredation should go from 10 to 2,
Yeah,
and then in wolf depredation,
in the fund itself.
then the general fund needs to be changed from 10 to 2.
Okay, and that's 240, right? 23.
And then
Or 23.
all the other lines are gonna be adjusted to match what's actually gonna be received.
Yeah, I already have it changed in 235.
Okay.
But in 025 itself, under intra-fund transfers,
Then it's not gonna be 10,000.
no, I'm in intra-fund transfers, 025 to 235, whoop depreciation, $600. Is that gonna stay?
I think. Well,
You're looking in interfund transfers.
In Department 025.
on the second page, the money going out of general fund to the wolf depredation.
Was that a match amount that we had to?
No, there's no match. So there shouldn't have to be any money comes out of the general fund to it. If that's its separate account, the 50,000 budgeted in fund 235. Budget amount $50,000 is all that we'll have to expend.
So that 600 should be something different.
Yeah, we won't have to transfer any out of the general fund for it. So zero.
So that'll be zeroed.
So when you were asking or thinking or talking about the revenue.
Okay, so I'm gonna change revenue. 025. Admin is 2,000.
Yep.
And expense. $600 to 0. And I think I already made the change, but I'm gonna look at 235 and. Already changed that one to 2,000.
And then this will be 50.
Yep, got that.
And then the revenues, can we look at those two? So
In 235.
Yeah. So like you could take that 600 out, because if we're not doing that, the 400 will stay because we're doing zero. And then this is 2. Okay. So.
690.
695 goes off of that one. And then our expense would be 52, so that'll be some residual.
Total expenditures,
Yeah.
2,000.
Okay, 16, yeah, 16. Residual. So more revenues than expenditures.
Yeah, that's, okay, yeah, 1695. To the good, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Okay, so this is what I noticed is, and maybe I didn't look at this when I get, maybe like these figures need to be up here. In the
In
administrative,
those two lines,
well, in this administrative cost line, in this HR admin line, and then I think these internals need to move up to.
Way to throw a wrench in the process.
Sorry,
It's bookkeeping.
sorry, I didn't get us $100,000. Maybe next year.
And so we're okay. We're okay. This is good.
revenues, or,
Yeah, revenues, we'll start with revenues. So go to the 299. Well, I guess, so this 2995 administrative cost. It's 264.97.
yeah. Was it
264.97.
264,974?
And then the next one
Uh-huh.
will be 32, 240.
240. And then those top two, I'll have to look at the
Yeah.
Water Master and OSU and bring those over
Yeah,
to there.
and then, so this vehicle. The vehicle, which is the rent from the assessor. Assessor and extension will have to go up. Does the extension office still use a vehicle?
Yes,
Okay, okay,
yeah. So does this line need to go up here?
yeah, any of these vehicle rent lines will need to go up here into this vehicle line.
Add it up and put into that line?
Mhm.
Okay.
And then anything that's rent from
Rent.
extension. And the water.
Oh, except we're not doing that one. Now it should be zero.
The water master should be-
Rent extension, Water Master.
I'll do a double check so and verify numbers with you.
Okay.
And then you'll want to go down to the bottom and zero out the administrative costs and admin.
Yeah, this is,
The bottom of the revenue. No,
oh, with the revenue.
because it's just entered in the wrong spot.
And I think you never, I mean.
Because we've already moved out.
These two down here.
Mhm.
How do you not need any more?
Okay, so 11.
Well,
Or no,
I would keep that, the 26,974.
Yeah, I did the wrong lines. Administrative
Racing, speeding.
and HR,
Mhm.
right? Those two. This one stays. So this one, 0, and this one, 0.
Yeah. There we go. Okay. And we'll double check the others.
Okay.
Okay.
It's 10 to 12. We'll finish up with 025 here, I think, and then break for lunch. So there's some housekeeping I've got to do with 025. We just did part of it, but we'll have to do a couple more figures up into that internal vehicle and internal building rent numbers. me see, anything else?
So that predator control, the transfer of 16,200 to predator control is, that amount is to add to the Taylor grazing thing for a certain amount, is that what that's?
No, it's a transfer. It was the remaining balance
Oh, the
to make the predator control fund 243
Oh.
whole.
Okay. And that's something will be a big issue for next year, right?
Yeah, we're gonna have to find funding for it next year.
I mean, there's certain, this year we're scraping by, but next year's, there's gonna be some things that just won't even.
Taylor grazing is about $30,000 a year, so that'll leave us about $65,000 short next year.
The predator's not getting less.
And we talked at that last meeting about trying to drum up some help from some of our partners, like the utilities, but it sounds like they are already extorting, for lack of better word. They're already getting payments from the utilities as well, in addition to our payments.
So my point is, the only thing that the predator control, this is backtracking a little bit, maybe going down a rabbit trail, but the only thing we're really paying for from USDA is the ability for them to apply the poison. If they're billing, and the only place that needs the poison is OTEC and Harney Electric for their power line, the bird issues with their power lines. If they're billing OTEC and Harney Electric for those services separate, then we don't need them. Because the other work that they're doing, we can do through other sources. We don't need special licensure for other sources.
Okay,
Yeah, because that's just for the eggs.
and you're still looking to,
The problem is then if we don't do it, somebody's got to pick up the base salary on that position in order for them to even be able to provide services to OTEC and Harney Electric. But that program is $127,000 program annually, above the 95,000. I mean 95,000 that we pay, and then another 30 whatever thousand that the state and other sources pay.
and it looks like we're transferring to our general fund operating reserve 200,000.
Yes.
That's still the money.
Yeah. After initially, when we figured our beginning fund balance in March, again, that's what makes this a little difficult when you're trying to figure things so far out. Our estimated beginning fund balance was $805,000. And then in April, the treasurer, after the March bills were paid, the treasurer refigured it and came up with $1.5 million. So I was able to rebuild some of those things that,
Okay, yeah,
that
I was pleased to see that, I just didn't know.
but in the big scheme of things too, if all of our delinquent tax accounts were paid, we'd have an extra $300,000 in general fund.
Before we get done, can she give us an update on that, on those unpaid accounts as well? Because she said that ownership balance is gonna come in.
It hasn't. I can tell you right now, it hasn't, because they haven't had that conversation yet. With the flooding and everything, it was supposed to take place a couple weeks ago, and they didn't. And then I think it was supposed to be rescheduled for sometime this week or next week, so that I know if they haven't come to an agreement on, or whatever. So let me look. I did build up equipment and transportation capital outlay line to $85,000. After, again, this is with the revised beginning fund, because of the revised beginning fund balance. I've got to buy the assessor's office needs a vehicle, and home health hospice needs a vehicle. So I built that up to $85,000. There's a potential, and this is, I think governing body will have to look at this or whatever, but there's a potential of a lease program through Ford. I don't know in the past if the county has decided not to do leases because of whatever reason. It's not, but it's a 3-year lease, and I don't know what the exact terms are yet either. It's something we're still kind of talking with Ford Garage and whatnot on. But it's a 3-year lease with an option to buy out for $1 at the end of the 3 years. So it's just need to look at those numbers and see how that would benefit or not benefit the county.
Do people use? Well, I don't even know what the fleet of county cars are for, employees to use when they travel. How are we doing on that?
We have 3 pool cars.
We have 3 if you include your pool car, which
Okay.
can only use.
And is that sufficient? Are they being used?
Yeah. When we had 3 pool cars for a while, and it seemed like one of them wasn't getting used very much. So I trimmed it back to 2.
Okay.
And I have opened up the judge's car, whatever you want to call it. I mean, I don't need a car full time, but I've opened it up for other members of the county court to use, and the clerk has used it a few times as well. I don't see a reason for it just to sit over there and not be used. So,
Okay, good.
so I think we're okay on the number of pool cars that we have right now. And if there's a pool car not available, somebody can still take their personal car and get reimbursed for mileage. If they choose to take a personal vehicle when there's a pool car available, then it's only half rate for mileage. And I think that's working out fairly well right now for the time being. I hate to have a bunch of cars sitting there, assets sitting there that aren't being used.
Because I know some people are willing to get less reimbursement and drive their own vehicle just because they know their own vehicle like the back of their hand is real safe for driving their own vehicle.
So I think we're okay there.
What are the makes and models of the pool cars? Just out of curiosity.
They're Ford Explorers.
They're all
I
the
don't
same.
remember the year. Yeah.
Yeah, they're 2011, 2014, something like that, it seems like. And they are getting a little high in mileage. I think the 2 pool cars are.
I haven't checked them, but they were 6 digits, I think, one of them at least.
Yeah. I increased the internet contract line from 42,000. And I had a couple thousand left over that I needed to put somewhere. And instead of just putting it in contingency, I figured, so I increased the internet contracts line to 44,951. And that'll help with some other IT upgrades, software like Outlook, Microsoft Outlook, and go into Teams.
No, you mentioned that earlier.
Yeah. And that's the only changes. And I don't remember if I printed that page through those for you guys. So you might have this current numbers. Okay.
General fund to reserve, you talked about that change, $100,000 increase, I think.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I moved it to 200,000.
That's good because that'd go in a heartbeat.
Oh, yeah.
It always does.
What I'm hoping, won't know, but I'm hoping that we'll get some state or federal funds to help reimburse for what we've expended, what we had to move, that $263,000 that we moved out of contingency and the transfer to the operating reserve, that we'll get some funds either through legislation or something and be able to then maybe next year catch up on that transfer to the reserve.
I didn't, Bill, you gave us page 26. What's the bottom line on page 27 then? Let's see if let us know if 26. I didn't put that copy. Because before, under the previous one I had in my binder, I was, pleased to say, I said a good trend from the current budget to the proposed budget of less deficit if you will.
So just for that department?
Yeah.
For 025?
Yes.
I'll just run a report and tell you real quick, like.
Okay. There's a. Get a feel for that. See, I do say impressive comment.
Wait up.
Good trend.
230, I bet you.
It's not as good as it was.
It's still,
But it's better. Yeah, there you go.
Just for my own knowledge.
Computing. Computing. It won't take long.
Well, Rob, you already added it up. You had a figure.
I think that's pretty close, 55, 57, 157 more. That would be about $231,000.
The over and underline.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, it is.
Because they're all expenditures. So.
Yeah. Maybe we could save money and just have Commissioner Frank just compute everything.
It's a dangerous game. Sometimes.
Okay, so total expenditures for 025 will be 1,036,651. And over under, what'd you say?
Around 231, I think.
Yeah, 235, 272.
Well, better than last year. Last year's budget. Get out of those.
Yeah.
At the last RAC meeting, when they were showing the economic impact, they showed how much they're going to lose in county taxes. And they were making some discussion about how it was a small amount. I said, what are you talking about? That's 20%. And I did the math wrong and I realized that. And I thought about bringing it up and correcting myself, but then the conversation went somewhere else. But afterwards, the Nature Conservancy guy came up and said, I had a few questions. One of them, is that really 20%? Oh, it's 2%. Let them believe it's 20%.
Any other discussion on 025?
Move to tentatively approve general operations as amended.
A second?
A motion has been made and seconded to tentatively approve General Operations Department 025. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. And opposed? And hearing none, motion carries. All right, it is 12 o'clock. They'll break for lunch for an hour. I'm going to begin. All right, the Harney County Budget Committee is back in session, reconvene from lunch break at 12:58 p.m. Next department up is the Treasurer's Department, Department 027 on page 28. And that was an insert page, so the numbering on it, I think it says 27, but it should be 28. Again, a reduction in the salary line from 3% proposed to 0% as recommended and approved by the committee. And it looks like the PERS and FICA and everything on that one decreased probably about like it should have. And operating materials and supplies, less than last year, trimmed up a little bit. Not a whole lot there.
That's awesome. The treasurer's budget actually moving in the right direction, maybe not for the right reason, but hey.
Move, we approve the treasurer's budget as presented.
I second.
A motion has been made and seconded to tentatively approve the treasurer Department 027 budget. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. And opposed? Motion carries.
Oh, shoot. Yeah.
That's got all zeroed out, didn't it?
Yeah, there's no.
Is it gone?
Yeah, because that, we don't have.
Everything is over 2 years old and new.
So next department is the co-op extension service, Department 029. We moved it to a half-time position last year. The extension service, OSU, asked that we help fund benefits on that, and they're picking up the other portion of it that they asked if we would help half of the benefits. So that's why you see an increase from 55 to 60.
And they have they've hired a new extension agent.
They have.
Starts
It's
July,
May 1st.
May 1st. Oh, okay. Cool.
I seen her in the building here just the other day. I thought maybe she'd started already, but maybe officially not until.
I said, let me introduce myself with the hello this meeting. She's set the first.
They'll be very good.
And then as usual with the other ones, you can see the administration category that was not a approved category has been moved up into materials and supplies. Any discussion? Nope.
So I move to tentatively approve co-op extension as presented.
A motion has been made and seconded to tentatively approve the co-op extension service budget, Department 029. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. And opposed? One motion carries. Next department, Senior Center, Department 035. And this is primarily personnel services for the director. And a small amount for liability insurance and repairs and maintenance to the building for materials and supplies. Really no change this year.
What is the liability insurance that you provide? What's it for? For her liability?
No.
Personal, or
No. It's facility.
Do we own the building?
We own the building. We own the building, but because of the nonprofit, they have their own requirement for insurance.
Bill asked the question, if, is there been any more discussion regarding changing the position from an employee to a non-employee status? Where one of the purposes is that, is the county governing body able to supervise or ensure this position has been watched or reviewed or anything towards that direction, and the other is just for controlling costs.
To make as short as possible, yes. I have ideas on it. I think we have maybe briefly discussed it in the county court. But we have to maintain the transportation program has to have a county employee that manages the grant and that portion of it. So that doesn't mean though that the director has to be a county employee. It doesn't mean that we have to fund a full position. If, if the position to manage that grant through analysis would take, say, 20 hours a week of an individual's time, then it would be my proposal down the road that we fund 20% of a position that would be classified to do that type of work, which would mean a transportation supervisor or whatever that might be, and whatever that position would be classified in our classification and compensation matrix. So just ballpark numbers, just say it was at full-time rate would be $50,000 a year. But if it only takes half time, 0.5 FTE, then we would fund it at $25,000 a year plus whatever benefits would be affected to that. And then the hub would pick up the remainder of it. And then we could restructure the remaining contribution from the county to the hub, to the senior center, into a flat donation instead of itemized out like this. I would say it would probably maybe come out, we could do away with this department and probably just have it in general operations or something as a transfer, not a transfer, but yeah.
So
That would be my proposed way of doing it in the future. For the time being, I'm just proposing that it stay the way it is for another year or two.
So, what actual, other than the vehicle, what actual services is that position providing for them? Are there other parts of a service that I'm not recognizing?
Within the hub itself, within all the services of the hub, or
With what is provided for the county?
What is the county fee?
The pass-through dollars,
Yeah.
or they asked about the pass-through dollars that we put.
No, I think what she's saying is our taxpayer dollars are paying for this. What is the taxpayer getting back?
for
out
the
of this.
position. You know, I mean, I know all the, you know, everyone has a position and what you provide for the county. I just wanted to know, other than the, like you said, the vehicle, is what else is this position providing for the county?
well, the overall management of the hub and all of its different programs, because those are services back to the people of Harney County, and that's the man there. You know, that individual is managing all those programs.
But isn't that since they've reorganized, isn't that the hub basically there?
What's their
I
mission?
would. I think I agree. I know where you're going with that, and I agree, and that's why I would propose the restructuring of our contribution to the hub. You know, I mean, I think it's a service. It's traditional. I mean, it does have some history behind it with the county's involvement, and I don't think that should go away myself. But I think it should be structured in a way that it's a nonprofit. They manage themselves. It's extremely hard for the county to have an employee that manages a nonprofit that the county doesn't have, other than having a seat on the board. It's not a county department.
Yeah, I mean, one person on a board, you don't even have, I mean, the county does not have controlling interest over that employee. In any discussions that happen regarding that position, so. But this is the first time that I have heard that the transportation grant requires a county employee. I have never heard that before.
Yeah, I found it out last year when we at budget time last year. And the ODOT grant person that oversees that program. And I talked with them last year. And that's another reason why I guess last year, because we had talked about last time around about doing something different. And then when they informed me that it has to be a county employee that's managing that program, those grants, I'm like, well, I don't have time. At that point, I didn't have time to do anything different. And through some other conversations, some other meetings, and some other whatever, I think it's just better off that we need to do it, but not at this time. Yes.
Are they in pretty good financial shape? I'm just curious, you're on the board.
Their budget from last year to this year, their beginning fund balance grew by just almost $100,000. So yeah, they're in pretty good position.
And does the hub, it has some LLCs associated with it or come under it, or how does that work?
I don't know.
There's the feathered nest or the.
Apartments and
Yeah.
that kind of thing, so
The Veterans Village,
And then the Veterans Village.
that's an LLC.
yes, they're
Oh,
both,
fine.
they're both ran through them. And I just want to make a comment. Because the county donated the land for the Veterans Village. And 2 times the senior center's been on the radio about the Veterans Village. And not 1 time has she said the county gave her the land. We acquired the land. Never was the county given credit for giving that land. That really makes me irritated.
Especially as a county employee.
Yes.
We have a meeting coming up. Every other month's meeting coming up next week after next, something like that. So I will bring that up.
Because I've listened to been 2 different things, and I specifically, and we acquired the land, but never gave the county credit, and they wouldn't be doing that if we wouldn't have given the property.
I have one other question. And at the end of last year, when we were finishing this up and a lot of discussions over it, there became a contract. But I don't think budget board had any knowledge of it. I'm not sure the governing body had any knowledge to it. Is there anything that's going to hold us, the county, liable for continuing that contract?
It's not a contract, it's an agreement. It's an agreement between the county and that individual.
I just want to make sure that we're not going to be.
It's not a contract with the hub itself.
But does it have, without getting too detailed, and a way for it to go away?
Yes,
Okay.
we could go away with it today. It has a termination clause in it,
Okay.
and we could do away with it today if we wanted to, but with the appropriate notice.
Right,
You know,
right.
Every contract has a termination clause in it. And if it doesn't, I'm
Well, they're
not gonna,
supposed to.
if it doesn't, I'm not gonna sign it on behalf of the county if it doesn't have a termination clause in it.
I meant a past existing contract of some sort. Is there any employment contract of some sort that's different than a regular county employee has?
In this instance, yes, it's not a contract, it's an agreement though.
All right, an
And it
agreement.
does have termination capability in it.
Do we have any other employees throughout the county that has an agreement or contract?
Yes, the medical professional, nurse practitioner, or physician assistant, PA, at the RHC.
I guess, since you're on the board. The biggest thing that I have noticed in the change of the use of that building, giving back to taxpayers is. It used to be more of a place for community gathering than it is now. It's really, really been reduced for community gatherings, and it just. There's a whole bunch of seniors in this community who don't need those programs. And they have money. And the senior center is cutting their own throat by not expanding their services and their communication with other seniors in this county, other than the ones that use their programs. They're cutting their own throat because there are people who would donate to them. But they get nothing from it. So why would they? I mean, there's some real PR issues with changes that have happened at the senior center for a lot of seniors in this county, and they aren't happy about it. They are disgruntled. And they have, the senior center has hurt that. And I don't know if they'll ever get it back. It's really too bad. It's really too bad.
A motion? Any other discussion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Tentatively approve?
Tentative.
A second?
Second.
A motion's been made and seconded to tentatively approve the senior center Department 035 budget. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. And opposed?
I,
Was that two? They were
Two.
gonna sound, okay.
yeah.
Yeah, majority has it. Motion passes.
Okay, so we're on the senior center. Can I ask you a question? With the new Veterans Village, how many of those 20 apartments are gonna be paid for and owned by cemetery care or leased for cemetery care people?
I have not heard of any of that plan.
Oh, I've heard they got cemetery care dollars because that's where some of their funding came from.
I'll ask, because I have not.
I think they need to change the name from Veterans Village. It's not even.
Well,
They
this
say
was
it
that-
gets
this was in that
preference,
public
but
meeting.
that isn't.
Remember that public meeting was
Yeah,
brought up,
but
that there
veterans
was,
preference villages.
that they got money from cemetery care, so that's why they changed it to veterans preference,
Yes.
but not, because it's not gonna be just
So
veterans.
the last I had heard on that was that, yes, they had gotten some other funding and I didn't know where it was from, but they couldn't restrict it to veterans only because of that funding.
Yeah, because
So
comes
it
from
was-
cemetery.
So it was veterans preference. Then I heard that that either the requirements on that funding changed or they got other funding to replace that funding. I'll have to dig into it tomorrow when we have the meeting. But it was back to veteran veterans only. But if they had an empty unit, somebody needed a home, I think they were still going to be able to offer it up to
Okay, 'cause
a
the last I
non-veteran.
heard, cemetery care had kicked in money, and that's why they changed it to veterans preference. And that's what she said on the radio.
Yeah.
But I didn't hear where that funding came from. That changed it up from veteran exclusive to veteran preference. I hadn't heard where that funding came from.
Has it broken preference?
I don't think so. I think they're supposed to, like any time, but that actually I was going to at this next meeting. Hey, where are we at with this?
Well, because on the apartments in Hines, we were never told they were gonna be cemetery care apartments. Apartments 1 through 5 until it was all said and done. And it also wasn't gonna have vouchers that was stated in a public meeting, and it has.
HUD vouchers.
Yes.
And for Rob and Bill, what she's talking about, when we have our discussion about cemetery care contract, this will relate to some of that. But I wanted to bring up.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So that takes us to Public Library Department 036. No real change in
The librarian's not here to answer this question, but on Cool Grant, it is budgeting about half of what we've received already this year and what they've gotten in earlier years.
Yep, the full grant isn't.
Well, why does it have $1,500 in it as a revenue grant, as a revenue?
Oh, but then, no. It just doesn't have expensive, expensive.
So this is, while we're kind of on this and that came up, this format that I went with this year, that's where I asked that if you had questions, the members of the budget committee, if you have questions of a department head, because I wasn't going to plan on parading them in here
Right.
department by department, if you had those questions, to either get them to me as the budget officer that I could ask the department head and get an answer, or that we schedule the department head to come in. If we're going to continue with this type of a format next year, I'm all for having people come in if there's a question. I just don't think it's, I don't think it's,
You might know the
yeah, I don't.
answer.
I don't. But if you need them here to answer those questions,
I have
then
a library advisory board meeting this afternoon, 30. But I mean, again, we wouldn't be able to just completely approve it if we don't know the answer. Doug, do you happen to know the answer? Not that you or nor I would, but I just thought I'd ask. He's on that advisory board.
So, yeah.
But these were figures the
Yes.
department had presented.
Yeah, that she presented at the time of the,
Okay,
At
so
the-
then I won't question it. She must have some reason why she thought it would be reduced.
You know, when you talk about the, one FTE, it looks like she's lower than the one when we first calculated it.
it went from 5.25 to 4.25. Again, this was printed afterwards, so what the current FTEs are, librarian, 0.5.
Oh, that's right.
Catalog specialist will be 0.38. Children's services coordinator will be 0.5. And public service assistant will be 0.38.
And then the ones he didn't mention remain as they are printed.
Yes.
I just thought she got lower than what you had requested. So now my figures is based off.
Yeah. And that was, I left that decision up to the librarian on how to reduce one FTE, and that was her plan, so.
Did the foundation not make a contribution this year, or do they usually not make that?
They don't make it till the end,
Yeah, it comes in and
the very end. And then are they making a more contribution next year? Is it the same?
it's higher, 70, no, yeah, 70,000. This year was 85,000 because of, it was just short last year and I needed more money, so it was kind of a one-time increase. And then after our negotiation session with the county court, like it was supposed to be done, the negotiation was $70,000 and the decrease of one FTE.
Well, and something to keep in mind, because we know that position, the librarian position is probably gonna come vacant in not too far future, that's gonna be another half-time employee that's gonna have to come back on the rolls.
Yes, so for this budget, and I probably could have built it in and budgeted it, even though it's not being spent, I probably could have budgeted it at a full-time position, but only employed at halftime. I cut it to a halftime as her plan was. But if tomorrow, well, let's say July 10th, we need to hire a full-time librarian, then I'll probably take those funds from contingency.
So I thought when you had the meeting with the library foundation, that you had a dollar figure in mind that you were looking at like $30,000.
It wasn't an absolute, it was a guess, an estimate, rough figure, 30 to 35,000.
Because where half of it is coming from the higher paid employee, it seems like she's cutting more dollars from her budget than.
So in reality, yeah, I mean, there's if you look at last year's budget versus adopted budget versus what's proposed this year, there's $62,000 difference there. She made that decision.
Wow. That does not make sense to me.
Yeah, I'll say it because I'm on record with county court saying that I didn't agree with the way it was decided to do, but the governing body chose to accept it. So anyway, that's what it is.
Just feel like, I don't know. It seems like the librarian is the most significant employee at the library, and they should be there. That's what I.
Couldn't agree with you more.
That hasn't happened for several years though, so.
Yeah, I mean, that is the most important person at the library.
And for retention, the next time we go to hire a librarian, if we advertised it at 0.5, we're never going to get a qualified person at 0.5.
So 62,000 is what she's cut from her budget. Is that what you're saying?
roughly, maybe, yeah, roughly. Rounding up, down, whatever, but roughly about six, there's, last year's budget was 320,275 minus 258, 959, whatever that difference is.
Well, and I know, they've gotten a lot of really neat grants and stuff, and I know they're doing wonderful things, but they need to get some grants with money that fund people to help run those things.
Well, I have to say, what grants have they gotten? That there's nothing out of the norm on this budget sheet.
But I think that the foundation has bought them like that, some of that stuff through the foundation.
They have, and we had to correct that in a way, because if they're buying equipment and then giving that equipment to the library, where the library becomes asset to the library, that's the same as a donation from any public member. It becomes public property, public money, etc. So we had to create, and the treasurer did, created an in and out line for those types of situations.
How to use that HCLF. Stands for Harney County Library in-kind donation of 1,712, and then that's the materials and supplies, 1,712. And that is where the foundation is purchasing items for the library.
Well, then I guess if they purchase things for the library, but we don't have funding dollars for people to run it, because I think that's what they were kind of complaining about, that they got all this programs, but then they don't have people to run it because we cut back hours. So if they're going to give more programs or projects or whatever, it maybe needs to be some employee hours come with it to fund whatever they need to
Well,
do.
and one thing I'll probably mention, although I think I'm usually in the minority at those meetings, but the huge public support of people for the library includes people like us, not, lots of different kinds of people. Some people just gonna count up, add the minutes read for some program, and some have more capacity and time, particularly retired or people who, are only partly or unemployed and don't want to be employed, to do some of the programs. They get the program dollars, but then if they want to take that on as, they'll do ownership and they'll do a good job with it, that kind of thing. That's what I'm just going to recommend, because they do have a lot of good programs.
Some great.
Does it their employees have to be the ones to do it? Or a capable volunteer who could be excited about doing that? I don't know.
But no, I think they have great programs.
So,
I sent a list of 5 potential humanities type grants to them a week or two ago. Say, hey, here's 5 potential grants, and I got an email back that was, can't do it, can't do it, can't do it. Not applies, whatever. And they might be. I mean, it might be that they weren't applicable to our operations there, but
well, if your main grant writer goes down to half-time, that's gonna be what happens. It's just creating a bigger hole.
and then I will point out too that when I first started this process, it was explained to me that the foundation, one of their roles was grant writing. In a meeting I had with the foundation member, they said, "Oh, no, that's not our role, is to find grants and search grants." Then in a public meeting, one of those foundation members then said again that that's our role. But I don't see any grant research or writing or anything from the foundation. The foundation could budget $10,000 a year or whatever for grant writing services and recoup those costs in administrative fees from the grants and then benefit the library. That's my 2 cents worth on it.
And this might not sound right, but I just have to get it out. I'm very happy we had the support of all the people in the community coming out for the library in the last year at the senior center. I'm really happy. But we got a lot of input, a lot of good, people came out and explained a lot of things. I just wish sometimes that we would have the same sense of urgency for not programs, but services that are needed and necessary here. Road department, we're running completely out of money. I don't see a lot of people fighting for the road department saying, hey, we've got to have this service. We have to have enough money to run the community. I mean, I'm not saying that I wasn't really proud to see the community come out and respond as well as they did. I think that was awesome. But I'd also like the same emphasis to be put on things that we have to have, the services that we have to have, or a little more understanding about when we make a decision that isn't popular with the community, why we're making that decision. We're making it because we have limited revenues. We're not making it because we don't think there's value to each one of those programs.
Absolutely.
And it just is frustrating because I've had people, give me the stink eye. I've had them, make comments behind my back. I've had people say that, we were out of control, taking, too much on. Well, I do this, I volunteer this because I believe every single person needs, in this community has a right to know all of this. And if I have to be a voice that's not popular, that's with some of the people. I just look at most of the people that I talk to and they ask me to have that opinion. So
that is the topic I get asked about the most, and that I'm always going to make the time to explain the most, because how do you get all that out? There's no one way to get that word out to people. So you just have to constantly provide information and education as best you can when they are receptive to listening.
There was a lot during that process, as we discovered last year, that it was dictated by statute that we had to go through that process. There was a lot of misinformation. There was a lot of fear mongering, and that created a lot of uncertainty by the public, not knowing what their library was, what was happening to it. And I will say, as of today, I'll bet I've had 2 people ask me about it and sit down and have me explain what the situation is and what we were doing and why we're doing it, and resources and property tax accounts, etc. All the things that come into play. I've had 2 people ask me about it. So, and I've attended their meetings as well. I've tried to go and attend their library meetings when they do a public meeting or whatever, to try and get that word out. And in one of those instances, I was basically pretty much just shut down, told to sit down and be quiet, but I refused to do so. And I told them, I said, if this is a public meeting and everybody else has the right to speak, I have a right to speak as well.
That's not totally true. I stood up and said, you have the right to speak. So
After I said, yeah,
we'll talk it out.
Yeah.
Because I stood up way before you. You were still talking and they were starting to yammer. And that's when I stood up. So don't say that nobody.
And I had to ask the chair. That if this was a public meeting and everybody else had the right to speak, then I get the right to speak. And the chair said, yes, you have 3 minutes.
Because who was standing right behind the chair? Who was standing right behind
You
the
were.
chair?
You were leaning up against the.
I was leaning up and telling her yes. So don't say that nobody was there on your side, because there was a lot there on your side. So there's 2 sides of the coin.
Regardless, I've tried to get the word out accurately as much as I possibly could. And anyway, my door is open for anybody and everybody. My door is open, and you can. How many people do I take in? No notice.
Quite a few.
So, do you have a count of how many people were at those public library meetings?
Yeah.
Yeah.
About how many people came?
I want to say the first one was more attended than the second one was. The first one probably had 80.
There's a few pages of them and they're all on, all the attendance sheets are posted to the township.
The first one was really low.
Yeah.
What an impact that would make if those people actually went to the library and volunteered their time.
I will admit that when we first started this, I didn't realize the number of volunteers that the library does have, and there are a lot of volunteers. I definitely will admit that I didn't realize how many people do step up and volunteer at the library, and there are quite a few.
I move the tentatively approved public library budget as presented.
A second.
Yeah, we got off there a bit, but
Well, this on another topic, I mean, we'll talk about public known things. The whole road department, funding, if we don't get more funding, I mean, that's gonna be the next big thing, when people's roads don't get this and they don't get that.
Did we complete this action on the other?
oh,
Let's-
a motion's been made and seconded to approve the tentatively approve the public library department 036. Any further discussion?
Well, I think we might have a PERS. I don't know if the PERS is right, but it looks like it's high, but I don't know. The whole PERS thing is just kind of yeah, it's just all over the place.
It's cut by
And it's hard
$4,300. That's probably about right based on those salary amounts.
For $62,000.
Where are you getting 62,000?
No, her salary went down to 27.
Well, that's budgeted. Actuals right now, year to date, is 232.
I don't know, just the 0.38. No, they don't. It is what it is, I guess. There's, if you're relying on the software for that number, I mean, not much you can do about it.
Well, again,
30 and 37.5, they get offered.
62,000
Under the.
times.
It's $41,000 budget. And a couple of years ago, it was 38. I don't know. It's hard to tell. I can't tell.
That's about right.
Okay.
Yeah, because $62,000, if it's a $62,000 cut, roughly, times 24.44 is 15,152, and it went down by 1,000 or 5,000. Well, maybe it's not then.
5,300.
Yeah. Well, another one to look at
Yeah. It's
for
just,
PERS.
yes.
Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. And opposed? Hearing none, motion carries.
I just, maybe you'll be talking to it later or not, but since I won't be here till the end, do you have any comments for the budget committee to be aware of on the secure rural schools funds? The revenue or the outlook?
Well, I seen in the news yesterday that they're projecting that the one big bill, the reconciliation bill, is supposed to come before Congress in May next month. And I don't know, I haven't heard yet if SRS funding is in that bill or not. So even if it is, we won't see it. We won't see this year's SRS payment until after July. There's no way it's going to get paid to us.
So instead of, the SRS payment that is in excess of $1 million that we certainly do count on and appreciate, we won't be getting that due to the budget in Washington DC, the continuing resolution, et cetera, for this fiscal year. And we got a 52,000 or so. Is that a portion or that's timber receipts from last year? Or what?
Yeah, that's not SRS. I thought
That's
that was.
Yeah.
That was our share of the timber receipts, which is 25% of the federal timber receipts. Given that.
So anyway,
From where the stewardship program? Cause we didn't get in.
It's a percentage of sales within Harney County.
anyway.
And it's 25%. That's what we used to get years ago, was 25%.
Was a lot of.
Yeah.
Anyway, we're not getting a deposit this year that we have most of the time gotten in the past. They have skipped occasionally.
So we did not get SRS funds this year.
No, it was called something else, like trying to find.
So that's a big gut punch.
Yeah.
It goes all the way back to that, I don't know, the act from, what is it, early 1900s? Forest. I can't think of the name of that act. But that's what that money came from.
Yeah.
Now if we do get, even if say it's retroactive, an SRS payment for this year, it'll be minus that amount. Because we can only get one or the other.
And definitely all of the county court elected officials, as we've had opportunities with Congressman Vance, Senator Merkley, Senator Wyden, that's always something we talk with them about when we get that little bit of time with them, prior to the town hall or the larger meeting, for sure. Earlier in the year, we sent, formal correspondence. So we're going to keep working it, but it just doesn't look good.
No.
If we don't, and if it's not in a bill that's passed, that's retroactive for this federal fiscal year, then they're still going to try and push it into the budget bill in September. But that'll be next year's payment.
So the email I got from Vicki Noel from Climate says SRS was not reauthorized. They are only paying out the amount of cut to each county that has federal forest lands. There won't be any Title I or Title III money for this year, and it's not been authorized for next year either. One of our commissioners has been out of NBC is working on this and doesn't think it will be reauthorized in the future. They're looking for an alternative solution.
So that will be a huge thing, you can combine that with all of the things such as possibly lower property tax collections, the impending expected curtailment in irrigation due to groundwater, the rising rates of my electric charges and stuff. I mean, our economy and then our county budget, which, tries to prop up as much and provide service as much we can. We're really close to the bone here. And
All of those things that have the water, their wells shut off. Those irrigation wells, there's a lot. And we have, if that's the case, and we had made the decision, or they had made the decision all those years ago about we couldn't have both. Then if the SRS or how it say that is going away this year, potentially, I think we need to get the federal the forestry to go out and start marking timber again so that we can have some timber sales. Right now it's going to be difficult for any loggers to do it. They are doing it. But they're not making it, from the fires, but they're not making a lot of money because where do we have to go? We have Pendleton, Pilot Rock, or there is
Someplace out, Lakeview.
Yeah, Lakeview area somewhere to take the logs to. But if we don't do something now about those timber, I don't think any more of our Harney County's lumber should go over to Grant County. It's Harney County timber.
So every time we've here recently had audience with our federal delegation, we've mentioned that. We have to have, our forest management, we have to have sales, not just stewardship stuff, not just prescribed burns. You know, that's not gonna solve the issue, and we've told them that. And we've even relayed that our flooding was affected to this. So, you know, outside of that, it's just the public. The public has got to voice to our federal delegation that we've got to have forest management again.
That's what I'm great about it, because we really, that, we really need to push everything forward, and the reasons I had heard that they had the stewardship programs and could get them through is that it sounded better than logging.
Yeah.
They had so many environmental attacks when they'd use the word logging. And so they went to the stewardship program
And all the money went to Grant County.
and it all went.
And I thank you for the short discussion here. I didn't want to get us off track. I just feel like these are some of the people that do get asked by community members a lot about our finances, and this was just an important thing for people, including us, to be aware of. So,
Yeah. Agreed. Sorry.
no problem.
Next department, planning and community development department 040. So this year we undertook a major restructuring of the planning department, building department, and environmental health services department. Right now, the planning department FTE consists of one, the planning director. The assistant office person has been realigned under building and environmental health. But there is a transfer from this fund into environmental health to pay for a quarter of that position. So the way we see it right now is that position will be funded 25% by planning, 25% by GIS, and then 25% by building and 25% by environmental health services. So that position is zeroed out. But
25% from
25% from planning, GIS, and those are general fund departments. And then Fund 213, building and environmental health will pay the other 50%.
That's for the clerk.
Yeah. They've changed it now to, I think the title is building tech, or building clerk, I think is the title of it now. Supervision of it, and it's underneath environmental health because the supervision of it is from the environmental health department head.
In the naming of this department, planning and community development, with the fact that most of the associated departments that all work together, building and GIS and all that, are sort of their own departments. Do we want to just change it back to planning? I mean, planning's
We could, but what's in a title? As long as
wage and scale and stuff, I just didn't know.
yeah, it could still be planning and community development and be under that one individual. The overall structure of it has not been readdressed since it was approved by county court in 2022, I think it was, to realign everything underneath the planning director. And at the time, that was probably a good structure. I liked the sound of it because I was in the county court that day before I took office, and I liked the sound of it. But it evolved into something that no longer was just a planning function.
Okay, just thought I'd ask. I just had it as a comment when I looked at the fund.
So materials and supplies held flat for the most part. There a little bit of a decrease, but it's just office supplies and operating expenses, internet, tech support, etc. So it's pretty straightforward.
I move to approve the planning and community development budget.
A motion's been made and seconded to tentatively approve the planning and community development department 040. Any other discussion? So at that point, I will say that this was one of the initiatives that we took to try and reduce the dependence on the general fund by moving this one position out of the general fund and being funded mostly by the building and environmental health. That's less dependence on the general fund. That freed up, $50,000 that freed up from the general funds. Well, we're still paying for half of it, so $25,000, $30,000 that it freed up. And since the building department is a self funding department, then that's money that will no longer be dependent on the general fund. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. And opposed? And hearing none, motion carries. Next department to GIS, Department 041. And we've already tentatively approved that one as part of the CAFA. And that brings us to the last department in general fund, 099, revenue and contingency. The contingency line, again, as the revised beginning fund balance numbers now should read 94,442. Is that? Can't remember if that made that before I printed those sheets or not.
Where are you looking?
It's page 37, the very bottom, under contingency. What have you got on yours?
I got 55.
Okay.
5 to 42.
When my comment was low.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh
So
my
it,
good Lord.
yeah. Okay. So that was added after we revised the beginning fund balance. So the new number that should go in there is 94,442. And again, that's just kind of traditionally the spot. If I have $300 or $2,000 or something, I just put it into contingency to keep it balanced at zero.
On the tax necessary to balance, it looks like that's a composite of what was previously calculated as current year tax and previous year tax. But I don't understand how our 24-25 budget could be $3 million, the 25-26 budget could be 3,240,000 if that's an increase of 8%, and at most our property taxes can go up 3% a year unless there's new construction.
So 3 million plus 3% is 3,090,000.
I think we're adding in the previous year tax, what you would guess. Because
Plus 150.
Oh, so 3,150.
So 3,240,000.
It was just
Yeah.
315.
Yeah. So $3 million was last year's plus 3% plus the 150,000, 3,240,000.
What was her percentage?
Did
When
that?
she came the other day, what was the collection percentage? 80 something?
Yeah.
85%, I want to say,
She
something like
thinks that
that.
it's like around 90 this
Yeah.
time of year.
So the REA in lieu of taxes, is that the solar field?
no, the solar field actually gets deposited.
Oh, that's right. That's right. It goes straight into the revenues to the assessor's office, right?
That is OTEP. And, I mean, yeah, it's our OTEP in lieu of tax and green electric. And then the HERT is a heavy equipment rental tax.
Do we still have to put the property in lieu or the in lieu of taxes stuff for utilities in escrow until they do that lawsuit? Wasn't there something about that?
Yeah, I remember that.
No idea what you're talking about.
Phone was.
There had been
Phone,
for the phone,
Century.
Oh, like the
AT&T.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was for the.
No, it's electric. Isn't there one from Idaho Electric or something like that?
Century Link. We have.
It's
we
their
have two- we have
dispersals.
two, and we're gonna have a third, we're gonna have another one.
Oh.
Yeah, I thought it was electric.
Yeah.
Well, it was. I'm gonna just pull something. So yes, you're correct. I was not really. Looking at your question first, sorry.
What's amusement device tax?
It is, like the lottery insurance.
Sounds
It's
strange.
pennies. We just got a payment like $258 for last quarter. Yeah, currently we have Pacific Power and Light and Idaho Power that we have. We're holding funds, property tax that they've paid until they settle. There's 410,000 in the Pacific Power and Light and 344,000 in Idaho Power. And I'm pretty sure, Corey told you that it might be CenturyLink again. We just paid out CenturyLink in the last year or two, and now they're starting the process all over again.
Because those big corporate accounts are assessed by the state, right? And then when they challenge it, when the entity challenges it, you have to hold it until you get a final.
And that bottom line will be about $40,000 less because of that contingency. Is that right?
The over and underline,
Yeah.
it would be whatever that increase is, $39,000 more, because that's a positive number. So,
The contingency?
oh, you're looking at the contingency line itself?
Well, the bottom line, because it would be revenues minus contingency, and the contingency increased about $49,000. So that means the revenues over and under would be about $49,000 less.
I didn't run that report specific, but basically it's reflected in the next page, the beginning front and.
Get money coming in and you just have to post it.
Yeah, so they pay a portion. They don't pay the full amount, and then when it comes in, we have to pull it out and hold it in a separate fund.
So where does it come in? The revenue line of the budget.
It's in the unsecured tax, so it's not received. It's in the.
Oh. And one is able to pay that much.
Then
That goes back to.
it's, no.
I'll get you a number in there for just in a second.
That's what I look at.
To the previous year tax line, but.
Well, the computer will see that on the iPhone, won't it?
Yeah. But I'll get you an updated number here in just a second when the report runs.
It's 4832668.
You know, I mean. Cause we don't know.
Competition against the computer.
Some of these.
You're
Against that
calculating.
program, yeah, I'd probably take that challenge. Can't believe how slow that is. Well, I guess it's gotta go through all those different.
It's because it's not calculating just this page, it's calculating the whole general, because I can't separate. I can do one fund at a time, but it has to do the whole fund. So it takes a couple minutes.
So I got student, I asked you a question about House Bill 3518.
Or. They decide to us.
Which is what?
We're there, it's a bill to.
So a lot of it's been.
Is that the property tax foreclosure? Okay. It's the what?
Recording,
If that's how they.
some
decide.
changes in recording that are gonna go back into their property. Taxes, it said a fee of $1 will be credited, provided a subsection of the. A fee of $10, making it 19, be credited to providing the subsection of this section. And a fee of $60 to be credited as provided in the subsection of this section. it looks like they're increasing the amount. And I think it's to do with property, not property, but goes to the county assessment and taxation fund. The act would index a fee for to inflation. The act would send a set percentage of, sorry, I'm trying to read it. Set percentage of all property tax money other than bond levies to the same fund. That kind of scares me.
So
Obviously.
it's an attempt to find other funding mechanisms for the clerk's office and for taxation and assessment and taxation and assessment, the assessor's office. So there is a
pass through things where, you know, I think when Dad was here and told us that one time on a recording, like a death certificate, we get like
it does
$2 or some stupid thing.
it partially brings up those recording fees to where they should be. And then that index, it says it's indexed to the cost of living or whatever. So they'll continue to increase based on the cost of living. If it's passed, they'll increase by the cost of living so that it stays with, instead of being stagnant for years. That's part of it. The other part of it is, yes, a portion of property taxes will go into that fund as well. And it's all a means of finding ways of funding the CAFA grant, basically, and taxation and assessment.
That's what it was talking about. CAFA grant, not getting a CAFA grant. But isn't
A pile of it goes into housing and human services.
so? This isn't a good bill for me.
It's not.
Okay, because I look at it as there goes those percentages. You have to pick this much money and go back to the state with this much money of these that you collected. So again, the clerk's office is collecting, you know, death certificates. I don't know what they are now. People that at one time, but it was like what Harney County does, or the counties did. It's like $2 out of the $25, right? Some crazy
On
thing
the
like,
on an $81 recording.
There,
I know $60 of it straight off the top goes to the state for housing.
Department of Revenue,
that,
For housing?
yes,
which is also the biggest part of their budget since 21. Used to be education was the biggest part of the state budget. Now it's housing and human services is bigger than education. In addition to these fees.
very little progress on the housing. They said.
So yes, you were pretty much correct. It's $4,832,658. Is that what you came up with?
Pretty close. Thank you.
832 what?
$4,832,658. I'll make a motion to approve revenue and contingency department 099. Motion's been made and seconded to approve revenue and contingency department 099. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. So the last page I gave you in updates reflects that updated beginning fund balance and expenditures and whatnot for the general fund. Beginning fund balance estimated at $1,042,500. Total fund revenues $7,204,791, for total resources of $8,247,291, and balance to zero with the same expenditures.
What did you say the beginning fund balance was?
$1,042,500. Did you get that page?
I don't know if I got that new page, but the old number was half that,
It was 800,000.
695,000 was the beginning fund balance. Is that right? Am I crazy?
Beginning fund balance.
There's a budget.
This one here, you have the old page,
Oh, okay.
800,000. And here, if you didn't get it, I have.
I adjust.
Thank
Why does this first number that one? Why is it here? That's because it's the budget. Six four three. That's good. How was it so long? Sometimes presses through.
So that,
What's the difference between beginning fund balance and beginning fund balance budget?
So the budgeted figure is our best guesstimate of what our carryover balance will be. That's our budgeted figure. The other figure is the actual based on the moment in time that these reports were printed.
Tyler calculated,
yeah.
Tyler calculated beginning fund balance.
So I printed,
Which is the 24, 25 actual figure at the bottom. The 646,753 is at the bottom of the 24, 25 actual.
so if you look at the date on that report, that's as of April 16th, 2025. That's what the system is estimate or calculating that it would be.
It's a lot of variable,
Yeah.
what's been recorded as far as amounts payable and this.
So we've tentatively approved by department. Need a resolution to tentatively approve the general fund as a whole.
So moved.
Second.
A motion has been made and seconded to tentatively approve the general fund as presented and its numerous departments. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Unopposed? So moved. That takes us well, we tentatively approved the American Rescue Plan Fund, but do you know if they're gonna expend?
And so that's the plan.
And if so, if they do get it expended before the end of this fiscal year, will that come out? We don't even have to include this fund then, or do we still have to show it as zero for?
Yeah, we have to cover it zero.
Okay, so it'll still be part of the,
Well, I mean, it'll be, you won't have to budget for it, but it'll still show in the report. As a zero, it'll just have zero.
So
And then
do
the
I-
clerk could do a resolution to close the fund.
but do I have to continue to print this and make it part of the entire budget package for the next 3 years? Okay, that's. So, all right, so we've tentatively done that one. Anyway, I just wanted to clarify that. Road Department, Fund 202. First department being the road department itself in Department 200.
Why do they not budget for any miscellaneous receipts when they usually receive significant amounts? It's not something they can, For the miscellaneous receipts, they always have it like around $50,000 or more, but they don't have anything budgeted.
So it's right before this passed.
So this year they got a large. The items, I'm gonna back up, they got a large reimbursement from ODOT of 162,000, that's kind of an anomaly. My note was for drill/shoot, I'm not really sure, but that was the most, that mostly what kind of goes in there is odd little things like they get a refund, they get a monthly, it's called a transmittal ST payment from ODOT that can range anywhere from $10 to $48. If they do dump maintenance for the landfills, that goes there. If they have an employee who's a juror, that goes there. It's just miscellaneous stuff. And but I can't answer why it's not a budgeted figure. Why they
Yeah,
don't.
because there's been significant amount of miscellaneous stuff in the
I'm
actual.
gonna look at my history.
Sounds like it's not something they anticipate.
So like in 1920, they received it in 8,000. 2021 was 50. In 21-22, it was almost 500 at 482, and then 56-48, 165. So kind of all over the place.
Yeah, 482,000 in 21-22.
That's for. So they got some COVID money. And they got a
ODOT refund.
That American Rescue Plan money, is that COVID money?
That's ARPA. That's what 105 was, the one we just went past.
Yeah.
It was.
It was COVID money?
Yeah.
Because I've heard them say at the national level that there was a whole bunch of COVID money that went out to states that still has not been spent and they were gonna yank it back.
So you had, in that particular fund, you had to obligate funds by the end of December. That hadn't been spent.
We were, and our ARPA funds, they sent, the feds sent ARPA money to states, but they also sent some directly to counties. And that's what we have, you know, and like I know Malheur County got like 12 million, we got 1.4 million, whatever. That went right to counties, thank God, or we wouldn't have even seen that much, I'm sure. But at the National Association of Counties, there was a lot of advocacy at the time saying some of this money needs to go right to the counties because they were, the same thing was happening in many other states, is that the state takes so much off the top for whatever their plans are, very little gets to the local communities, and so. But we did ours has been expended.
And then on the,
One more time.
Oh,
The fund that we just talked about.
on the forest fee slash SRS, if this would have been printed out after the 18th, it would probably reflect in the actuals for 24-25, that $42,000. That's where that would go.
Yeah.
Which I just think is worth noting because that compared to 1 million and some change.
Yeah.
And without throwing a real wrench into things, at what point do we not start? But I guess it would be foolish to not budget for it until we know that we're not going to get it, right?
So are we gonna make changes on this page?
So in this budget, the roadmaster basically prepared a budget as if we were going to get the SRS funds in this next budget year, as if we were going to get it. But he has plans in his work plan to not spend if we don't get it. You know, so he won't have the expenditures that he would if we did get it. So he basically kind of prepared two budgets. He prepared a budget that if we were going to get it, and a work plan that if we don't get it.
I wouldn't mind some day that works out for him to brief us on the two work plans in general terms, so the public would also be able to hear that if they have to read the minutes or zoom in, they can see. I think that's kind of.
I've got most of that in I could have brought it down and didn't think about it, but in the return copy that he gave me during our department head negotiations, it has those things figured into it.
Yeah, no, I'm glad he did. I'm sure he always has to be aware of shifting.
well, I noticed in like the materials and supplies section of this budget and other sections of this budget, it has been the exact same numbers for years. I mean, he doesn't really spend any time on his budget. It's the exact same numbers every year. I don't know.
Well,
I question how much he's really thinking about it at all.
well, I don't know, but I think that
And
he
they're,
knows
and
that,
they're quite a bit inflated from what his actuals are.
well, I know that he's got a longer work plan that he's aware of which years certain major things must be addressed in what parts of the county, roads, bridges and things. And,
Which I think is the part that the public would like to know about.
but at any rate, Debbie, if the figures look rather similar, I don't think it's because he doesn't know how to budget. I think it's because, the work plan, as best he can do, he tries to, keep things rolling, and they generally, X number of road miles are done, X number of bridge work is done, X number of whatever, unless there's additional grants coming in. And he kind of budgets that way. But when the snow comes in and the snow plowing and other things, there's the variables, and the amounts may seem high, but you got to plan for it.
They're not similar, they are exactly the same number. So, it's not a very useful budget for me as a member of the public, because it's just the same. I have no idea what he's doing. I can't tell.
I would say that he's budgeting lines based on what he knows he's going to do for that year, but he's also budgeting on contingency of what could happen and what might need to come out of that line as well.
Yeah, I think that's well said.
Before in the past. Budget meetings, we used to have that presentation, he'd come in and say, this is what plans are, do this repeating or.
Yeah,
Whatever it was, that he had in his list, and I think that might have helped this, helped you see what he was, if he hadn't any plans to do a road they weren't gonna work on, then they weren't gonna work on.
So this is another question then for this format that I kind of went to this year. If you see a department, maybe you don't see anything that stands out to you, but you see a department that should present every year, then I build that in and make sure that one or two or three or four, whatever departments. And again, I don't feel that it's necessary to parade the justice of the peace through when their budget really didn't change or whatever. We're not talking about, it's not about a program update or review. It's about a budget review. So.
Well, and the road department budget is critical.
It is.
It is one that the public cares a lot about. And this doesn't really tell us anything because it's the exact same numbers year after year after year. And we can't tell from this what's really going on.
I think it's more noticeable in this department because this department by far has the biggest amount of consumables.
Yes.
They have to estimate how much they're going to use, and that's why you see it. It's probably not a different tactic than any other department head uses.
No, it's not,
You just
because
see it.
I have seen it in other departments, but in the ones that present the same numbers year after year after year, they do tend to match what their actuals are a little bit more closely. These are really high above their actuals. And so.
Well, but again, they might be high, and it might show a negative at the bottom that he has to dip into his reserve for. But because they're high, if they're not spent, then they don't actually dip into the reserve. The bottom line at the end of the year is that, I mean, I see what you're saying, but does it really, as long as he's not spending everything that he budgeted and his reserves that he's dipping into, and he's being fiscally responsible about it, is it an issue?
Well, it is an issue when the people ask the budget committee members what's going on at the road department, and we don't know.
Reduced revenues is what's going on. Reduced revenues. We just talked SRS. That's projected, I think, was 1.1 $1,030,000 this year, and we got 40.
Oh,
But it's
for the roads,
reduced-
40.
Yeah.
It's reduced revenues without reduced budgeted expenses.
Well, but that's where your fiscal responsibility throughout the year comes in, to know that you didn't get that revenue, so you can't spend everything.
But there are a lot of areas that are reduced and adjusted based on actuals. Like whatever the asphalt oil was that we just did that RFP for. I mean, there's several of those areas.
Another question.
And if it's not budgeted for, and he has whatever line it is, and he has a major anomaly expense, and it's not budgeted for, then you do a supplemental budget or something in order to get those funds. I mean, it's not budgeting to the T, but it's budgeting for potentials. And a budget, even in the budget law, it clearly says at the very beginning of any of your budget law training is that it's an estimate.
I get that, but I can't believe that year after year after year, it is the same at the road department. And that's what this shows. This shows for the budget.
So
it's
how
the
about
same.
the jail and the medical expense line? If we continue to budget higher year after year after year after year, but it's not being used, and then we decide, oh, hey, for 5 years, 10 years, whatever, they haven't used this medical line, and then 1 year you have that medical expense and it blows it by $20,000 or $30,000.
That is something that you talk about in the middle of the year when it happens.
But if you didn't appropriate the funds, then you do a supplemental budget or a transfer
And then the public has input into that through the supplemental budget process. I don't know. This doesn't tell me anything.
What does it tell you, though?
Well, it doesn't tell me if he's really, I mean, there's a line in here for, there's a line in here for a bridge. And
bridge construction.
I think so.
It's budgeted for 100 and we spent 84. It's
No, that's not it. I gotta find
for
it.
bridge construction on capital outlay.
I got so frustrated looking at this last night because I didn't write anything
Well, you
down.
know,
because
to some extent, Debbie, I mean, this has got a lot of lines to it, but you know, the rural health clinic, we're not gonna see how many procedures of this, that, and the other thing are done, you know, and how many community outreach clinics, and I mean, they don't break down their work plan in the budget. Right? Not just road department, any departments.
So you're talking like the fuel oil line, there's $7,000 in it and they've only spent 1,200.
I'm gonna
Is
have
that
to
kind of
look at
what you're
this again and find it because,
One thing.
like I say, I got frustrated looking at this and
For equipment rental, actual 6,000 and it's by the way 30.
And one thing I would like to just mention about our roadmaster is that he's in constant contact with me about where am I? Where, just so you know, he is aware. of
I
his
believe
budget.
that, I believe that
Yeah.
about him. Yes, I believe that.
Yeah. I just want
One benefit
But-
that we'll have by upgrading our Tyler to this cloud-based system is, while interaction with the treasurer and whatnot, but this new system will give the department heads the ability to pull it up on it anytime and look and see where they're at on their expenditures.
And Debbie, I do not mean to sound like I'm shutting you down at all. If this is like Judge Hart said, if there are some departments that we want to have like a briefing from, whether it could be even at a county court meeting briefing, and then it's reported onto, you know, as one of our major departments, very critical to the county. Road department is going to brief some of their major work plans for the coming year. And just something like that, that might give the context.
I
for
think it was
transparency.
It is the bridge maintenance and repair line. You know, $100,000 budgeted. It's been. It was only 84 so far this year and then 40,000 the last 2 years. I guess it raises the question to me. Is he gonna do some bridge maintenance? Or is he not? If he budgets 100,000 every year, I don't know if he's doing bridge maintenance or not, and that's something that people would wanna know. Is he planning to do bridge maintenance? This looks like it is, but then it also
Well,
looks like it isn't
and
because he budgets the same.
And here's an example. So, yeah, he's got a list of bridges in a priority order in which he wants to do it, and ODOT came in a couple of years ago and said, you gotta do these 3 this year. And that was, he had a plan, but now 3 a year, he had to shift his whole plan. So that stuff happens.
I imagine that it does.
It absolutely does.
I wanna ask this question too, please. On the admin cost, HR admin, is that, did we just move that?
Yeah,
from the-
it got
Yep.
moved. Okay, that's what it's, because we can't keep it in its own little category.
Okay,
And so I saw that she had moved it and it was in a good place.
thank you. I just.
I liked where she put it. Yeah.
Well, I looked at that, and went, where did that come from? And then I realized it's down below.
I kind of don't like where I put it. I wish I had. Oh, I was just trying to,
The fact that I can find it when I look for it is what I liked. It's like, oh, it moved.
but
Where
it's
is it?
there now, so it's just gonna happen.
So, also in, intra-fund transfers. Or, and,
You're talking about the weed department.
no, the road department where the transfers from the reserve.
Page 2, first page.
Three? Three?
Okay, yeah. Transfers into from 250, the road reserve, 340, paving reserve, and 329 equipment reserve. He had the entire 1.2 million, $1.27 million in as a transfer from the road department, or I mean from the road reserve, the road operating reserve. That's it. That's on page 1 of the road department under transfers. He had the entire amount under just the operating reserve, and some of his expenses for equipment and whatnot are capital outlays expenses under, like, say, bridge construction and which would be under paving, and equipment reserve of 500,000. He's got equipment, heavy duty, equipment, transportation, etc. There's 500,000 there. So instead of drawing from one reserve, instead of drawing the whole $1.2 million out of one reserve, I split it up over the 3 reserves. Therefore, he may have those costs and he may not, but then it doesn't hit one reserve real hard. It actually puts the appropriate transfer to the appropriate purpose under the appropriate reserve.
And then it wasn't necessary to use, it goes back in.
Well, it never gets transferred.
It never gets transferred.
Another thing to note too is right now, while interest rates are higher, a lot of his dipping into his reserve is being offset by the interest rates, by the interest earned.
So year 2022-23, we, there was a over expenditure of revenues was 737,460 versus the next year, which was negative 144,018. What made you, does anybody remember that, what made that so much higher, or what made 2024 so much lower? Because it started to increase again in 24, 25. You know what my question is? Is that making sense?
I was gonna say, as I look, just, first I go right to the bottom, the summary line of revenue and expense. In that particular year, they had considerable more revenue, okay? But then its expenses, which are right above the 144, they had more expenses than the year before, but those also had more revenue. So,
Mainly about the revenue.
so in that year, it might have been a revenue thing, and then you would look at each line to try to figure it out, but I don't know the answer.
It's federal aid.
What's that?
$605,000 of federal aid in 23, 24.
Oh, right up here,
Makes a difference.
here, on page 1.
And that's what called a fund exchange payment, and they got 2 years in one.
Okay. I was just hoping you would have something that was gonna identify how we could get more revenue again.
Yeah.
Any other discussion on the road department road? Because we have road and weed, so we'll split them up like we did the general fund. Any other discussion on the road department itself?
I moved to town that the road department is presented.
Motion has been made to tentatively approve the road department, Department 200, to tentatively approve road department 200. Any further discussion?
But the weed department is also part of that fund, right?
We'll do it separately next. I'm divvying it up by departments like we did the general fund. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. And opposed? Motion carries. And then we'll go to page 5, weed department.
Well, I just want to say, they're in the black. Amen. This budget shows more revenue. And where the preceding years were all deficits, and this is a positive.
Yes, $8,000.
Is there any comments you want to educate us on? But that made me very happy.
Just that credit goes to the department head, monitoring, and he's gone out and found other jobs that helps bring in more revenue. A lot of is it the SWAT work that gets billed at 110%? So is that actually getting 10% more than what his expenditures are, which helps build that department to a. And I don't know why or when originally when it was moved, when the weed department was moved, was it in general fund before? Was moved to the road department. I mean, it has a relationship because they work on weeds that are within the right of ways of county roads. Yeah, well, and they had money. The road department had money to be able to make them whole. If it's going to continue to grow like this, it might be worth, well, or they end up propping up the road department itself if they're going to.
Last year.
It's time to repay the favor, so to speak.
To get stuff from the road department, although I don't know that they took it. And yeah, awesome.
It'll be a fun to watch in the future and see how it progresses, really. And if there maintains a relationship between the two to keep them in the same fund or to isolate them.
I think it's so great that these people that we've hired, counties hired, have the initiative to go out and seek these other things to make these programs self-sufficient. All the things.
Really, these.
Just, the other programs too.
Yeah.
With the planning department and the stuff that they've done. Wow. GIS.
And we'll eventually get to it, but our environmental services,
Yes.
We got someone who was really good at that job, was very motivated, and look what's happening. And it's filling gaps for other counties because they're left in the lurch by the state. It's just awesome.
Well, and how many counties is GIS serving too? They're serving quite a few counties in.
Cities and counties. Yeah. And he's done some projects at the state level for the state.
So is the SWCD, CWMA gonna get a bunch of money this next year?
Is the what?
SWCD, CWMA,
Well, it looks like quite an increase if you look at the state sources of revenue.
90,000?
Most of the proposed spraying that the Forest Service and BLM has, especially because of their reductions in staff, will be done by our weed department through the SWCD and CWMO.
It's kind of interesting in the weed department too, though, is that, if you take the revenues on 23-24 actual and to what your proposed budget was, the revenues increased from your proposed budget to what was actual during that period of time. It's 119,330. Whereas the personnel expenditure went up 82,534. So they generated more income than their personnel. Which is good. Yeah.
About 110%.
That was.
Yeah, it's a sweet deal right now with getting an extra 10% back on his budgeted.
Yeah.
So he submits a bill for $10 and gets 11.
so the overtime budget quite a bit more than this fund. Overtime to me isn't something that we should budget to plan for, it's just something that happens. But they must be thinking it's gonna happen.
He has a lot going on and, you know, they're always, he's only got 2 employees this whole year round. And even one of those gets shared with the road department, so those seasonal employees work a lot of hours. And sometimes do get it.
Get it on as fast as you can.
Yeah.
If it takes another hour to.
Yeah,
Finish
that's right. They have certain windows, they gotta get it done.
Well, and even on the aerial spraying, you know, they're here to here, and you have to be there and do whatever it is that they do during that time period, and that could create some overtime.
I guess we'll put in weeks this week. Okay. Start with on the highways and stuff. Yeah.
Any other, what's that? No, a motion? Any other discussion?
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded to tentatively approve the road department, weed department, Department 230 budget. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? And hearing none, motion carries. That takes us to 208 diamond disposal. For this year, we've had to is a re-permitting year. The landfills have 10-year permits and they're up. So we've had to do, not we, the executive assistant has had to do a lot of work in getting the their permit process underway and taken care of, from engineering, surveying, plan update. The plans were all extremely outdated and needed to be redone. So these are funds, these disposal funds are a topic that we're going to have to visit. We've expressed to the landfills, the local communities, that they're going to have to probably pick up their fees because why should the rest of the county supplement sanitation services for our rural areas? So if they want to maintain these landfills and be secure in that, they're going to have to pick up their annual fees or increase their fees to do so. There's other fees that we've discovered to come along with that we didn't realize too, that even when a trench gets full and they need to dig a new trench, there is other engineering and surveying and planning processes and everything that goes along with that we don't see has happened in the past. But DEQ is holding us to the. I have to be honest, I think DEQ would like to see these shut down. They don't like having these rural landfills. And having that in mind, they're going to make sure that we do everything within the regulations, within the statutes to keep them open. So, whether it's building a fence around the landfill, re-permitting, and then we also have a statutory requirement, which is another fund we'll get to, is or maybe we did that one already, is the landfill assurance fund, which basically says that if we had to close all 5 landfills at one time, it's a fund that says we have enough financial capability to do that, to shut it down then and then monitor it over a certain number of years afterwards. And we've only got like $45,000, $50,000, something like that in that fund. And I think the estimated amount is 200 and something.
Like 165 to close it and another 160 for 30-year post-closure costs. So over 320,000.
And we're a long ways away from.
To whom does that money go to?
Oh, the DEQ.
DEQ, of course.
Because they're going to come out and monitor it. A portion of it would be labor costs in shutting it down, but they're going to come out and monitor it, make sure that it was capped properly, and then monitor it and make sure that it's.
They usually. Sure. They do. They
See the water
test the water. So they usually drill a well and then come out, test the water every year or every period. So
Shouldn't they be testing that water while it's in operation?
well, I would say that, but
They do.
They have regulations that they should.
And by send out a DEQ person, do you mean they're gonna send Jesse out there to look at it?
No.
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 State.
State DEQ. Solid Waste Management DEQ department.
I
So just-
recently was in Diamond, at Diamond, and there's the very, very nice. I don't know if we went out there during this.
We tracked last year.
So that's just some precursor information on these as we go through these landfill ones, but you can see they're pretty minimal. Attendance are only, in this one 0.05 FTE. Not a whole lot there in labor, not a whole lot there in materials and supplies. And when you get to their bottom line, beginning fund balance is estimated at $11,400 and an ending fund balance of $8,600. That's not going to pay for a whole lot towards some of this stuff. But it's pretty straightforward. There's not a whole lot there. Minimal costs.
I'm gonna have to leave here in a few minutes. If we need to meet tomorrow, will you please text me what time? If so,
I'm going to, let me see, we've got that one, working on that one. We'll get through those fairly quick. That one we could get through. We're probably gonna need to meet tomorrow.
so what time you say?
It's scheduled for 9,
Okay.
and then whatever time we have left or whatever we have left to get through and be done. Yeah. So any discussion on the Diamond landfill budget? They're separate funds, so I'd rather Yeah, I'd rather approve them individually
So
or tentatively.
I move to tally approve diamond disposal as presented.
Second.
A motion has been made and seconded to tentatively approve the diamond disposal landfill. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye, and opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Minutes wise, annotate that Commissioner Doro left. Then we have a quorum of 5 now. Next fund is the Druzy disposal landfill. Again, pretty straightforward, minimal expenses, minimal personnel service costs. Beginning fund balance of 16,005 with a projected ending balance of 10,390.
I move to tally approve the Druzy disposal as presented.
Second.
A motion has been made and seconded to tentatively approve the Druzy disposal landfill budget, fund 209. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye, and opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Fund 210, fields disposal. Again, same spiel.
Have they sent out notifying people that they're gonna increase their?
Yes.
something?
We've had 2 or 3 meetings with the landfill attendants in the past 12 months, talking about what needs to be done, getting them on board to make sure that they know what needs to be done, like when digging a new trench, that you can't just go out and dig a new trench. So there's been quite a bit of conversation and education and everything with them this year to start to bring that program up more. Beginning fund balance of 4,000 and projected ending fund of 3,275. They are probably probably the cheapest.
Yeah, I think
Are they?
originally her email said that they were only charging $50. But then I think we discovered that was 150 and now she's gonna raise it to 300, so.
It's a big difference.
Which
The commercial, actually, there's an entity that's a commercial one that we'd really like to bring on board. Speculation that there might be some shady dumping, so hopefully we fix that. And we've installed security cameras.
Oh, good.
So if you figure here in town, one can for residential is $25 a month. A year, that's 300. So that really puts them in line with what. Yeah.
I move to tally approve the fields disposal as presented.
Motion has been made and seconded to tentatively approve the Fields Landfill Disposal Landfill Fund 210. Any further discussion?
I do have one. The notes say, don't use this line, but then you have something in those lines.
That is for the administrative lines 5200 and 5201, and they both are zeroed. The line right above it where those comments are at.
Administrative cost, 200.
It's these lines.
Oh, down
That we're
here.
not using.
Okay.
And then-
Okay,
So the notes,
gotcha.
the notes are kind of always under the little.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
I wish it'd go in right underneath the line that it's referring to, but. Any further discussion? Or we already did. Would it go call for a vote? Is that where I'm at?
Mhm.
All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? And hearing none, motion carries. Next one is Fund 211, French Glen Disposal. With a beginning fund balance of 17,000, estimated ending fund balance of 13,880.
I tentatively move to approve French Glen disposal as presented.
Motion has been made and seconded to tentatively approve Fund 211, French Glen Disposal. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye, and opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. And Riley, Fund 212, Riley Disposal Site. They do not have an attendant. They just volunteer time. I don't know in 24, 25 that they probably budgeted a little bit just in case they didn't know what the status of that was going to be. But again, they told us this year they're not going to have any attendant fees, so it's zero. They want to build a fence, so they're budgeted a little bit higher because they need to build a fence around it to help contain the debris. Put up some snow fencing or something to help hold in when the wind blows. All that kind of stuff, which is a good thing to do because if it gets spread out all across who knows where, then DEQ comes in and writes us up and fines us for it.
They get their billings out, they don't have it anymore.
How do they what?
How did they get their payment for
Use of
using?
a volunteer who sends out the billing.
Yeah, they have an attendant, but they just don't charge a fee for it.
So if they handle all their own maintenance and all their own billing, then what is their administrative costs covered?
The materials and supplies expenditures.
It's part of that HR admin policy. So it's a percentage of their total materials and supplies.
But I just don't understand what that pays.
You understand what that pays for? So that pays for when they hire somebody, the onboarding that it takes to do that, that pays for the reports that I send on a monthly basis, that pays for any AP that I do when they come in for reimbursements for certain supplies. That pays for Holly's time to do DEQ reporting.
Deposits that you have to do.
So the 500 for HR admin, you can see past historically has not been charged. And we probably could have zeroed that out this year, but it's not going to get charged for the HR fee. And the administrative cost of $105, that hasn't even been charged over historically for actuals over the last couple years.
Okay, I tentatively move to approve Riley disposal as presented.
Second,
Oh, second.
a motion has been made and seconded to tentatively approve Fund 212 Riley Disposal Site. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. And opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Sir,
Whose property are these on?
county.
They're all on county? And I appreciate what you said, because when I looked at it, there was some charging $50 a year for dumping on the. Pretty good deal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would like to clarify on that. I think that particular landfill misunderstood the questionnaire. And I think when she reported it was $50, that was like for a certain dumping fee because the annual fee was, I think,
Well,
I just want to clarify that I think she misunderstood the question when she sent in her $50 response. Yeah.
It's a growing a growing process with the landfills. I don't think, I'm not trying to point a finger in any direction. I just don't think there's been a lot of attention paid to them in the last several years, multiple years, who knows? So that takes us to Fund 213 Building Program. And again, this is one that has evolved quite a bit this past year, and into them becoming self-sufficient this year. Again, another opportunity to relieve burden on the general fund. In years past, as part of the building fund, as being part of planning, and the building fund was its own fund, but there was usually a transfer in there from general fund. You can see past years, 15,000, 65,000, and that's actuals. So one reason it's more this year for the 65,000 is because we did a loan of $50,000 to get them up and going this year, or prior to this year. They took on Grand County. They took on, what else did they take on? Wheeler. And they needed that little bit of infusion in order to hire somebody, buy a computer, buy a vehicle, whatever that entailed. So if you look into transfers, transfers out, intra-fund transfer, it's on page 5, or no, page 2. Yeah, there it is. 210 fund, that $50,000 comes back.
Is that? The $50,000 you're talking about. No, that's not it. What happens with this year's budget on Harney septic, Grant septic and Wheeler?
Which page are you on?
I'm sorry, page number 1.
Page 1?
Uh-huh.
Okay, so yes, so any of these are lines that were in there. All right. They were lines that were in the building fund. And then we created another department within the building fund for environmental health. So these lines are lines that were already on there. You can see they're zeroed out this year. You can see they're zeroed out this year because it was actually transferred into its own department within this fund. But we have to leave them there the 3-year period.
I just haven't see those. Thank you.
Yep. And we'll treat this one kind of like we did the road department and the general fund. We'll tentatively approve each department, keep them separate.
So we got the 160 projected contract from Grant. And then we got Klamath County. And then there's supposed to be a Wheeler County too.
Yeah, so
The building department took on a contract with Brandon Stage.
Okay.
The other is all environmental health. and
Oh, okay, so
already
that's in
been
the other
existence.
ones. That's in the other fund,
Yeah.
Wheeler County.
So Klamath Contract Services was our building official previously worked in Klamath County. And we contracted with them to do our commercial plan review because he doesn't have that certification yet. And in turn, we're doing some of the plan review and stuff for them. So, I mean, instead of being a in and out or a tit for tat or whatever you want to call it, it's actually budgeted so that we are not, one side's not getting more than the other is. But once he gets his certification for commercial plan review, then that'll be done in-house and we won't have to have Klamath do that portion.
So these contracts with these other counties are projected revenue based on how much fees they're going to collect, and it's not really flat services contract.
Correct.
Correct? Well, the 24-25 actuals under the building permits here is pretty high from what budgeting for next year. Is that expected to go down?
So yeah, that
Oh, that's where the fair was for, it's in the
The fair.
24-25. Okay, gotcha. Okay. If they want to donate.
Hmm.
If they wanted us to donate.
Sorry.
so again, this shows for FTE and I think on your copy it might still show 1, but the environmental health specialist FTE is 0 because that moved to its own department. So that should leave an FTE of 3. And the plan is to hire recruit and hire a commercial inspection electrical inspector.
That's what I thought.
And that hasn't been taken place yet. They thought they had somebody selected and the individual decided they didn't want to do it after all. So they got to go back to advertising and recruiting. And find an electrical inspector. And it's all designed towards doing all that work in-house for us and our contracted counties. But the work with the other contracted counties and ultimately will help fund our program and keep them solvent without having to have any general fund dollars.
Now is Burns, for a while, they were talking about trying to get their own planning department. That's over with?
There, yeah, it's done. There's statutory things that they didn't think about or whatever. It has to be approved by the state. They can't just do it on their own. So there was hurdles there that weren't thought through. But and I get it. Maybe they didn't feel like they were getting the service from the county that they, for stuff that goes on in Burns. And it opened up lines of dialogue, and we talked about it and said, okay, what are the expectations? And we worked through that, and I think there's a lot better relationship there now. And
Good. It's small.
yeah, absolutely. So personal services, materials and supplies. The only thing that we changed here is under water and sewer changed to utilities. It's under materials and supplies, and it's line 3650. And we bumped it to 1,500. We just did that a week or two ago. Talked about putting water, sewer, electricity, or whatever under utilities instead of.
Cause I got water and sewer 1,000.
Yep, it's changed that line. If you want to pin it in, it's now going to be called utilities,
Oh,
and the amount is 1,500.
What is the one right below that reimbursements? 10,000.
Again, with them being their own funding funding themselves, also in years past, which is kind of a hidden cost. You didn't really see it, but vehicles were all purchased through general fund for building, and they should be self-sufficient now to pay for their own vehicles, their own gas, their own repairs. We might be able to turn it around too, and recoup like a rental fee, because the building down there belongs to the county. So they could either potentially pay a by square footage rental fee, or they can pay for building maintenance out of their own fund, one or the other. But those are all things too that will come to help rest less burden on the general fund.
I should do that to them until we're willing to charge rent to the senior center. Just saying.
But is it not a tit for tat if we're paying them an X amount of dollars contribution towards their program, and then take some of that money back in rent?
Eventually, though, we're gonna eliminate some of that. Going to that, right? So.
Yeah. Be yet to be seen what the actual number would be for a contribution, but you have to kind of say that the rent without rent on that is an in-kind contribution to that program as well.
Not to belabor it, there was a question asked earlier about the building permit actuals for this year that are higher than the budgeted amount. And that 272,000 does not include the $175,000 from the fair event incentives. So that's on top of that. If you're just trying to visualize the actuals for this.
So say that again,
Yeah.
Rob.
You asked about the building permit fee actuals being quite a bit higher than the budgeted amount.
Yes.
And that doesn't include the big one from the Fair Event Center.
Yes, it does.
No,
They hadn't paid it because we had that meeting on the 1st of April and they didn't pay it the day after that. I'm almost certain.
The two.
And that was 272 was the same figure I was looking at when we debated about that, because that was part of my reasoning is they have such a healthy revenue stream without charging the counties.
The 272 includes the payment.
It did come in.
It did come in.
On the second, must have.
But-
Because I swear I had that same figure prior to that. I was certain.
I just looked it up, but I can tell you the date it was received.
Because another thing that
We'll take it.
everything in this department, because it's an enterprise fund, if they have a positive beginning fund balance, that has to stay within those. For building department has to stay within it,
Right.
electrical has to stay within electrical, and be within
Yeah.
it. So it can't come back in the general fund, like you were saying, it could lessen our contribution, but we can't transfer it for other uses.
I
What was-
deposited
On the sec, what was the date you were saying?
3/28 is when it was brought to me, or the deposit was brought to me on 3/26. Received on 3/28.
I'll be there.
What was it? Well, the total deposit that day was 167,000. So it was a big chunk, about 140, 150 would be. I don't remember exactly, but.
So what about the revenue, the building permits from what's gonna happen with, B Street, this expansion that's going on back here?
What about it then?
That would be future.
But is that gonna happen in the 25-26 year? That's what I'm wondering, is if this 175,000 is high enough. If we're gonna generate a bunch of building permits from a bunch of houses going in up here. And the veteran services, are they gonna pay that apartment complex? Are they
That's-
gonna pay
So that's
building
the
fees?
veteran services or the veteran village is figured into that. I know, talking to the building official, that is figured into that.
Okay.
Anything, if there's a boom in building and they bring in $300,000 in building permits, they're budgeted to survive off of this. So anything in excess would just be excess. If they needed it and it's over 10%, then we'd do a supplemental budget.
Okay.
You've made so many different changes here, like the way you. But if we kind of go back and you have new people. Say, septic, now, all of these different.
Environmental health.
Yeah, all these different people, when it ran, without them, we were. That service is being provided by someone else versus. Hiring these individuals into these positions and the increase in revenue that we've received. Kind of an interesting look at the overall picture, because sometimes I hear people say, oh, you're paying this person individual this much money. Well, if they're generating income above what we were receiving before, or controlling expenses, that's pretty important.
So just within the last year, a local business person made the comment that you have to spend money to make money. You have to invest money into your business in order to make more money, to expand your capacity and your services and what you're offering to the customer. And I agree. I totally agree with that. I wish that, and that's basically what's happened in the building department fund. I wish that our general fund departments, but by statute and just because of the nature of the service that we provide in the general fund, are not intended to be revenue generating departments. That's the kicker. If the sheriff's office could, and I say this in total just jest, if the sheriff's office could go out and write $100,000 worth of tickets and we got to keep it, then that would be a revenue jet. But obviously there's a downside to that, and you would see why you don't want them doing that, because then they would be out harassing, or whatever you want to call it, the public, in generating their revenue.
Well, I just think
I just think it says a lot for the people that we've hired that they need to do, that they have.
Yes.
And just like during the flood, I mean, that environmental specialist, I think she was probably on call 24/7 for everybody that needed something, and I bet she worked her tail off.
You know, when this is all said, when this flood is all said and done, the list of people that we could recognize in the county, you know, just like during COVID, when public health and the RHC and those staff all worked their behinds off, you know, dealing with the COVID issues. Now after the flood and our staff that have worked their behinds off in managing that response and the recovery afterwards and everything. I don't know. I know that there was the people at the RHC Public Health received a it's getting late in the day, a bonus, received a bonus because of COVID. And I would imagine that bonus probably came out of COVID funds.
Yeah.
So, you know, I would like to be able to do the same thing for people that stepped up and did stuff for this flood. But where do we get that from? You know, there's not, unless we get money from the state that allows us, that has very little restrictions on it, that we can use it for something like that. I don't know where we'll exactly get those funds from. But
Having a big one. Thank you.
absolutely. Yeah.
Everybody coming.
Well, just like all the volunteer firemen, I mean, they were knocking on doors. I bet they knocked on a lot of doors a lot of times because it was like, get ready, get set, go.
So,
What's under contract services?
we're at
Contract services,
what category and what line?
materials and supplies, 3457.
Contract services. That could be, because it's a payout, so that could be to like Klamath for their commercial. Is there a line for Klamath?
Clearly, building division.
Yep. So our agreement with Klamath County to do our commercial plan review would come out of that line,
Oh. Okay.
or the state.
Yeah,
The state can do that work for us as well, so that would come out of that line as well.
So we're still having to pay. I thought with this new building person that we were gonna not have to.
But they're training him.
Yeah,
Until he
They
gets
have
that,
a license, so that we're using their license.
I see.
until he gets that certification, then we'll do it in-house. Until we get an electrician that can do that stuff, then we have to pay somebody to do it, which is probably gonna be the state.
Is he working on it or?
Yeah, he said it's pretty extensive. I just talked to him last week about it, and he's working on it. There's a couple of classes that he'd like to go to help him get towards it, but it's pretty extensive. Any other discussion on the building department 013?
I moved to county approved building department, building 213.
Second.
A motion's been made and seconded to approve Fund 213 building program. They're in the building department, building department number 013. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye, and opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. So then the next within Fund 213 is the weed or the environmental health department. And this is where you'll see a lot of those lines that were zeroed out on the first page that we have to leave living until there's all zeros across, were rebuilt on this page.
Plus some.
Yeah, plus some.
So
Which actually, it's plus some because we're currently in the process of contracting with Baker, with Union, and with Wallowa counties right now. They're gonna expand to those 3 counties as well. And that's what those projected revenues are from those 3 counties. They're in the process of doing the IGA and the MOUs or the ordinances within their own counties. But again, we had to project for it.
So there's already somebody for Malawa or Union or,
A position,
yeah. The
There's-
FTEs have,
Posted, they'll allow one that's posted, which will be obviously around.
yeah, Malawa, one FTE, so you're advertising for that. Where are they gonna be housed?
Grant.
In the Grand, but where is that? Are we gonna pay for all the space?
It's at the courthouse, isn't it?
yeah, they've agreed with Wallowa County that they have space for that individual to utilize.
And we're not gonna pay for that?
As of what they have right now, no, the agreements that they have right now. Again, we'll have to buy transportation and a computer and all that that's budgeted in there.
That's not just for the septic, is it?
Mhm. Yeah, the on-site environmental health.
So we have 30,000 in revenue versus their salary of 65,750.
Well, there's $345,000 worth of,
Oh, so they would be doing,
They're doing all
I
those
was,
counties.
yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I was thinking just Wallowa versus.
No,
Wallowa.
no,
Thinking
they're
about
doing,
that.
they're doing.
We just passed a resolution to transfer $50,000 to environmental health for startup costs, didn't we?
Mhm.
And why did we need to do that if the building department had sufficient money? Is there a reason?
because building funds, just like you mentioned about electrician, and that's the sticky part. Even these 2 programs have got to keep their own funds within their own program. And we'll see how this goes for accountability. We may have to create another fund and separate the 2 programs down the road. I'm just possible, maybe not.
It's just for our budgeting purposes that environmental health is under the building program, but really it's a separate program.
The funds that it generates has to stay within its program. And building likewise. So we transferred $50,000 because the DEQ wanted to start this whole process in May. They wanted to transfer all that responsibility for environmental health functions over as of May 1st. And that's why we did the supplemental budget and transferred the $50,000. So they would have funds to be able to fund a position, buy a vehicle and a computer before the end of the fiscal year. But in this next fiscal year, that 50,000 will come back to us.
I move to approve, building fund 213 environmental health.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded to tentatively approve the environmental health department within the building fund 213 as department 043. Any further discussion?
I have one other question. Is there gonna be a GIS? I see that there's a transfer from GIS in here. Is there gonna be quite a bit of GIS burden between the building and the environmental health stuff? Is there gonna be an increase in his workload?
So the clerk position that I mentioned was moved out of planning
Yeah.
and moved into the building fund, was funded. Well, I take that back. The building inspector position was funded 50% of his salary was funded by GIS. And he did the GIS work, printing maps, whatever needed to be done here. So this year, that's another change that we made though. He was moved, his funding is a total 100% full-time inspector. And And then now that role for GIS work within the planning, building, environmental health office is moved over to the clerk or the technician's position, whatever. So that's why that position is getting funded 25% by GIS, 25% by environmental health, 25% by building, and 25% by planning.
So that person is gonna pick up some of this GIS burden that all these new counties are gonna provide.
Which in again, that 25% that GIS is going to put towards this position is less than what GIS department was previously funding. So there's another savings to general fund.
But this GIS is gonna require looking at GIS data in other counties, not ours.
No. He's doing all that. Our GIS specialist is doing all that
That's
work.
what I'm saying.
The GIS work here is because our GIS specialist works remotely. Doesn't work on site here in Harney County. He works remotely. So the GIS work that's done in that office is printing maps and it's basic stuff.
It's the same stuff they've always done
Yeah.
for years. It's just realigning funding.
But when you're doing a permit that is in Wallowa County, the GIS map has to be a Wallowa County map. And so the GIS work is gonna be in using a mapping system from another county.
That's Bryce, or that's the GIS.
That's what I'm.
I don't know. That's honestly, that's a good question. I'll have to ask the building department and environmental health how they're going to interact, or if they will have any interaction with the GIS system in those other counties. Because we may not have contracts for our GIS person to work in those counties or to do their work for them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe those people are gonna provide the maps for these permit, possibly. Is
Yeah.
What you're thinking?
Well,
You have to have them.
I was going to say, I don't think you,
I don't know.
I
no.
don't think so. I think we're getting convoluted in the
Oh, okay.
conversation.
Yeah.
Because I don't think we need GIS not for accepted. I mean, if you're what you is doing with all these other counties.
And that's when they go out on site and look at it.
Well, I'm just thinking about the Lake Creek septic system, and there is a map in our Lake Creek septic system binder. It's not an aerial photograph map, but there is a map. It would be nice if it was an aerial photograph map, because it would be a lot clearer to understand. So, there are maps required, and that's why I just was kind of curious on how the GIS stuff fits into all of this. I did GIS, wasn't it? So,
I don't think there's a big crossover there as far as environmental health or building relying on GIS services outside of our county or even internally inside our county.
well, when you said.
If anything, that would fall on the planning department, I would think, more than the building department or environmental health. It's just a cost share for that position and the responsibilities and duties that position has. So that's the way we divvied it up. Again, it's a little hard on this one because there's nothing to compare it to for years past. There's no historical or actual data, so it's all new lines. We did create, you can add to this department under materials and supplies. It'll be line 213-5-043 3650 utilities. Just like, well, we created a line in this department because it didn't have a utilities line in it. So that way those two departments share the utilities expenses.
213.
So it'll be 213-5-043 3650. It's titled utilities.
And is there a budget?
1,500.
And then I meant to ask too, what is the septic surcharge in materials and supplies, EH state surcharge?
Those are mandatory fees that go back to the state from each permit. A percentage or a flat, I don't know what it, how it's figured.
And then you guys can go check that.
Did we approve this one?
I think you asked for other comments and I.
Oh,
jumped in.
okay.
I think we're at the vote.
Okay, all in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. The only other thing now totally with this fund in and of itself. Projected beginning fund balance of $225,000. Projected ending fund balance of $59,922. That's with both departments together. But if you look at the individual page for each one, they're both solvent. Next fund is Fund 214, Community Corrections. Community Corrections has taken a big hit in funding. Mandatory service or, requirement by the state, and it's not funded anywhere near where it should be. This is the one where I mentioned that there was a transfer from this fund to 10113, the jail, for $50,000, and I zeroed that one out. It's the only way I could make this fund balance.
The one that's justice reinvestment, is it 50,000?
No, it's under intra-fund transfers on page 2. And it's line 5036. But you can see,
You say that should be 50,000?
No, it's zero.
Zeroed out.
Okay,
that's the one that went to the jail. That one earlier when I was talking about the jail, how I zeroed it out there because it's not gonna come.
take out.
Did that huge decline.
Just legislative lack of budgeting.
Not when.
Quite frankly, I think that's a social, societal thing within the state of Oregon, that they don't like jails, they don't like law enforcement, public safety.
Want them to have drugs.
Yeah,
Give them drugs.
yeah, and Measure 110.
Get some drugs.
That's all that.
But you can see, budgeted revenues this year were 454,000. So far it's 320,000. I don't think we're going to hit our budgeted estimation this year, probably. And budgeted for this coming year at 411,000, which is $53,000 less than what we budgeted last year. But then you can look at personal services, which we have about a $4,000 decrease there. And that's partially due to projected retirement and refilling. Person goes out at step 7 and a new person comes in at step 1. So materials and supplies, a big hit there. There's almost $28,000 there in reduction in materials and supplies. And the zeroing of that $50,000 transfer. And I was able to make them solvent with $126 to the good at the end of the year.
That's state mandated.
So the justice reinvestment grant, state source is 50,000, but the expenses are only 40. You'll be spending all of that, shouldn't that be 50? To zero out that grant?
Bobby. I don't know the answer to that question, but I know that it works this over in loans. But
So the revenue line, state sources 3425 has 50 in it. But the expense line, materials and supplies, 3425 is not, it doesn't match the revenue.
I think it has to do with either monies anticipated that will be received before and after. I don't know the answer, but.
This one has a new,
Body.
yeah, this one has a nuance of a biennium budget as well. Because their funds come on biennium 2025, 27. This one had some FTE adjustments as well. The work crew supervisor is zeroed out, obviously, and been zeroed out for a couple years now, but that was yeah. Huh? I think we said a lot of names we probably shouldn't have throughout today's day, but yes, there was a previous employee that used to perform that, but they haven't even had the people to supervise anyway, so it wouldn't have been needed. And then the intervention coordinator is also zero, and the position's been zeroed out, the FTE is zeroed out.
By making more effective and efficient use of criminal justice resources. It involves redirecting money from prisons to fund or rebuild human resource and physical infrastructure in areas most affected by high levels of incarceration. I'll tell you everything you want to know.
So they take these people out of jail and they supposed to they're supposed to reinvest in communities.
When we have those inside the community, I'll see how that's working.
Wonderful.
Any discussion on community corrections?
I make the motion to tentatively approve community corrections as presented. Second.
A motion has been made and seconded to tentatively approve Fund 214 Community Corrections. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye, and opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. 215 we've already done. 216 Cami. So Cami, Voca, and which is
We already do 215.
Yes.
I didn't think we did 215 or 216.
Well, we did 215.
we did 215 industrial building.
Outlaw wood products like $25 a month.
Oh,
And CFA is, what's it stand for?
226.
Yeah.
216.
Criminal fines and assessments. So these three departments or funds work together to make 100%. There's 6.16 or 16%, whatever comes out of CAMI and CFA, and then the other 38% comes out of VOCA. It really kind of should probably do all three of these at the same time because everything goes towards the same programs. Well, for the most part, same programs, but the labor, the personnel services are all combined into one position. So looking at 216 and 226 and 249.
Would have been nice if you would have numbered them in sequence.
The funds, they are.
And put the two every-
Well, the page numbers, that's, you know, when you print them, it doesn't number the pages sequentially. It's the number by fund. And our past chair used to go through and hand number all of them.
Yes, he was.
These are state and federal funds that fund this program, or these programs, these three programs. Which adds some nuances to it because again, they're biennium for the state funding and federal funding, federal fiscal year, October 1 through September 30.
What did you say the VOCA is again?
It's victims,
That's a crime act.
yeah.
Victims of crime. Because we're gonna rehabilitate them all. We've done this.
But these are the victims.
Oh, victims, okay.
Yeah, not the criminal.
Yeah.
These are the victims.
Yeah, she deals with victims and witnesses. She's like an advocate and I think the CAMI is children, isn't it? Or minors,
And just be
whatever. And she's pretty good at it. I trust, I want to say, she crunches those numbers pretty good. I trust what she has submitted because I've tried to sit down and look at it and I'm just like, I am going to
Take your word.
trust you. As long as it comes out zero at the end and the county's not paying anything, I'm happy.
Yeah, that's
So-
good. That's ridiculous.
Well, I knew there was the 2.16 FTEs and that there had to be another FTE to go with it, and clear down in 249.
Yes.
Never got that far in this.
I moved to tentatively approve the CAMI Victims and Witness Program on VACA as presented.
Second.
I'm just trying to figure out how to come out.
I don't think.
Doesn't come out.
I'll second that.
It was already seconded.
Oh.
A motion has been made and seconded to tentatively approve Fund 216 CAMI, 226 Criminal Fines and Assessment, and 249 VOCA. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. And opposed? Hearing none, motion carries.
Before we move on, going back to that 215, I had marked if we did the industrial building, where in our budget does the economic development show up?
Out of lottery funds, it's fund two.
So it's the lottery economic development.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, we passed it already. It slid in the radar.
Where was
Didn't
it?
get to-
247, I think we did it last April 8th,
We did.
isn't it?
No, I was just getting the air. And I go, what, I just.
Okay, 217 PERS, we've taken care of that one. 218 work records, we've taken care of that one. 219 nuisance abatement, we've done that one. And that brings us to 220 BLM contract, sheriff's contract. It's pretty straightforward. It's all personal services with, you know, HR admin fee, and that's about it. Everything else, the bulk of the of the fund comes from, or is personal services. And you can see that obviously the revenues are $122,000. Beginning fund balance is 45,900, which is 171,000. And material personnel services alone accounts for 153,000 of that itself. This is a fund that next year the sheriff is going to have to look at because there's not enough beginning fund balance to cover the salary on this, on the deputy that he has assigned to this. So we may, it's going to get paid one way or the other. If we're going to keep the BLM 220 fund by itself, then we're going to have to incorporate a transfer from general fund into it in order to make it whole. Or we go back, what's it been, 3-4 years ago, they wanted it moved out. This used to be part of general fund. So it goes back into general fund and then we don't do a transfer. Yeah.
So this is supervised by the sheriff
Yes,
and they wear a county uniform?
it's one of his deputies.
So why can't we ask for more money?
Excuse me?
Yeah, and why couldn't we ask more money from the BLM?
Yeah.
They can. They went through.
Seems like a better option than putting it back in and costing us money.
Yeah, well, it's going to cost us. Well, I guess it doesn't cost us now because there's a beginning fund balance there, but next year it would cost us money.
Thought that movement was over with.
That
Well,
was up to,
Deputies that.
oh, yeah.
What
I
movement?
look at the salary. We moved it.
Not
out
like-
general fund.
Oh, yeah, I had gotten over that. I hadn't even thought about it.
It's legal. So I think they should go after and ask them to increase it back up around where the level was before. It was 139,000 before, and now it's 149. 149, sorry.
And now they're paying 120.
They're paying 122.
Yeah, they're getting a good deal.
Come on.
There's a big history behind
Okay.
this, but there was a lot of talk about how it was being billed and now it's all figured out.
Yeah.
Right now we bill on a monthly basis, a flat rate.
But that person has now reached like kind of the top of what you were saying, the top of this
Pay scale.
pay scale. And if it could be a newer officer, maybe.
Well, that's the way the logic had always been in years past. Sheriff has statutory authority to assign how he wants to assign.
How come this one doesn't have to follow in that rule that the sheriff gets $1 more than the deputies
He does, and it does.
of this one?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. He still makes more than that.
Okay.
I think it's starting.
Okay.
Sure.
Yeah, 90, 95, 80.
This is his. Attention that he was at.
So the same person has been in this, for how long?
There's actually a newer, we have a deputy lead and so.
This is
somebody- a new one.
I think he's been there since November-ish.
Oh,
Originally the reason it was pulled out is sheriff's department argued that the money from the contract was being eaten up by the general fund
Right.
and they wanted, to be able to expend that money on other things like equipment. So we moved it into a fund.
And it was hard to trust because it was on that weird fiscal year, the October 1st through September.
Yeah.
30th.
But which quite frankly, because I was there, that contract does not allow for the purchase of equipment.
Right. But once that money once the work is done and the money is deposited to a separate fund, if there's residual balance, it can be spent on equipment. But
No. That
Well-
contract did not allow for the purchase
Right.
of equipment.
so what was being billed was not, would be for hours. And then once that money comes in, if there's a residual balance, that money could be used for other supplies, right?
So we
That's how-
also pay for, they also use one of our vehicles too.
Yeah.
Why don't we just quit doing it?
Then there's $153,000 that the general fund picks up 100% of.
But if we're losing money, it doesn't do us any good.
It does do us. There's $122,000 worth of money we wouldn't if we'd stop doing it.
Because you'd have to have that controlled anyways, right?
Well, what it would result in is laying off a deputy. It's one less deputy that we would have in Harney County.
Because he doesn't just do BLM work. I mean, he's doing county work and BLM work at
Yep.
the same time.
They won't do that.
Well, then that would make sense then that some general fund money should go to him. If he's doing county work. Maybe he should do more county work and less BLM work so we can get our money out.
You can read that on a napkin.
Okay.
So any further discussion on that? It's pretty straightforward. It's all labor.
I move and approve 220 BLM sheriff contract.
Debbie? See, I tried to give you the option to second. A motion's been made and seconded to tentatively approve general fund or Fund 220 BLM sheriff contract. Any further discussion? Yes, any further discussion?
Revenue that we receive. We can't ask them for additional revenue.
So the contract has a base year, like I mentioned earlier,
Okay.
and then it has, I want to say that one had, it was either 3 or 4 option years attached with it. I can't remember if the total term was 4 years or 5 years. During those option years, yeah, they could go in and say, cost of living increase or whatever, which I don't think that one's taken a cost of living or anything. It's stated 122,000. So I believe during those option years, when they do the option, the sheriff could go and say, I need cost of living. What was, whatever the GP, whatever it's called. Yeah. Which would increase a bit each year.
So he's not asking for money and maybe he should be.
I don't know. I don't know if he's asked and they've said no, or if it's just.
He said that last year. That he had asked and they said no.
Okay. I couldn't recall last year, but yeah.
Yeah, because my objection is we're paying for something that county's essentially not getting much for your return on. And it's for somebody else's benefit, not ours.
But it's kind of a dual purpose.
Yeah.
I mean, he's out there.
He gets a deputy for $30,000.
Oh,
Well, I mean, that's if they get $122,000 in revenue and the personnel services costs are 153, that's $31,000 he gets a deputy for. A deputy would probably cost 140,000, 130,000.
it's 154.
Well, at this rate.
Yeah.
But if you look back at a beginning entry level deputy at 50 something $1,000 in the sheriff's office.
And this deputy is 83,000.
That's because he has assigned to that position. An entry-level deputy is roughly well, in this new budget will be 61,000 salary. You add benefits to that, it's probably around 90 to $100,000. Any further discussion? Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. And opposed? Nay. Ayes have it. Motion carries. So 221 we've taken care of. 911. It's 10 to 4. Do we want to stop now and pick this back up tomorrow? Okay.
Can I ask a question before we skip over forfeitures, which we did last time? What? Because we did forfeitures in the last one, but I noticed in the cemetery care contract that it says that pursuant to some ORS, they get all the money from forfeitures. Does that sound right?
Which fund is that?
238.
We did the forfeitures 238 last time, but I noticed when I was reading through that cemetery care contract since then, it says the county shall also distribute to the contractor the funds from criminal and civil forfeitures pursuant to ORS 131.594. Which I looked that up the other day, but I don't remember what it said.
You repeat that one.
ORS 131.594, subsection 3.
Thank you.
That we're supposed to turn that over to
To cemetery.
and the logic behind that, why should, if it's a fine or it's,
So I can see probably that what that ORS is, and it's something good we need to look at and make sure that that's correct and accurate still. But I can see probably what was happened at the time was the legislature created an ORS that said that any forfeitures from, say, seized vehicles, seized cash, whatever, due to drug and alcohol or especially drug, right? Monies and property that was seized because of drugs. Forfeitures have gone way by the wayside. They don't even do it anymore. So I probably what the intent there was for then that money to go to our behavioral mental health for drug and alcohol counseling is probably where that came from. Not necessarily. Yeah. So I would imagine that that's probably where that came from, but they're not doing any forfeitures anymore. So it's probably stayed in there because it's still on the books. But we definitely probably need to look at that ORS and make sure it's still in place.
Its office. It's this and manages this fund. Nothing ever has happened with it since I've been here.
yeah, I would think it has to be doing.
Yeah. Forfeitures run through the DA's office because it has to be a court order. Law enforcement could make the seizure, but it has to be an actual court decision that it was forfeited.
So then I have a question on the senior transport fund that I didn't ask last time. The vehicle replacement, do we know what the plan is for vehicle replacement? Are they replacing specific number of buses or anything?
They do have, I think they have 2 ordered, I think.
Order
What fund was that?
221. It's just got a big number in there for the vehicle replacement. And, I was just wondering, it seems like a lot for even 2 buses, so
We're getting ready to do another one here before the end of the fiscal year.
You're the 193,000? Is that what you're looking at?
capital outlay.
Oh, 731,000.
Yeah,
Um,
I just was wondering what that was gonna.
so revenue, they have revenue vehicle replacement at 642,000. And then probably they mixed some other, yeah, or beginning fund balance.
But they must be gonna replace significant number of vehicles, and I was just wondering if you had any idea what that was. What they-
I don't remember. I'll ask.
And one of the diesel bus for 12 passengers.
I don't recall.
A diesel bus for 12 passengers?
They're, this STIF, which is from the state. Money that they had asked for, I think, $168,000 to buy a diesel 12 passenger to take people to Bend.
Oh,
Back,
uh-huh.
and replace what they have now, which is a 9 passenger, but this is 2 doors to allow 2 different lifts.
Yeah.
Put on the vehicle for handicap. They didn't, I don't think they've gotten it yet. I mean, I don't think they've got the award yet. I gotta say that.
I don't believe they have. I haven't heard.
I haven't seen.
Yeah.
I just kind of like to know what they're replacing or buying and what happens when they sell one. Does that revenue come to county
It goes back into the program.
into this fund?
Yes.
Okay.
Which is ultimately county public funds. All right, if there will be no other business, we shall stand in recess until tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Next fund up will be Fund 223 911 emergency. We took care of 226 and 249. So the major funds that we'll have tomorrow is public health, RHC, home health, hospice, and fair. Are the major ones that we'll have tomorrow. They're a little more complicated. Yeah.